It's day one of the championship game. Do you want me to test the others, Ross, or not? Do you reckon that's right?
Just leave it on number one for now. Just try to work out.
Okay.
This is compound. Keep going.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I've got Goffy and Baby Bumble. Oh, have they? Who? Has he been done for drink driving again? No way. Mate, I had a couple of beers with him.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No way.
It was on ITV 10 isn't it, Tony?
Jesus. That's him there. Trying to be it. I can hear you now, yeah. Well, I can hear me.
Keep chatting, please.
1, 2. It's gone off again. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, And welcome to the Seat Unique Riverside for the championship clash between Durham and Lancashire. We're a little bit delayed in our start, but we are going to get underway at 12:50, with Durham having won the toss and electing to bowl here on a very, very overcast and what feels like a definite autumnal, if not winter, kind of day. And with me, Ashthorpe, is Toby Reynolds. Welcome, Toby.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm excited. It's definitely cloudy, as you mentioned. It's starting to brighten up, which is good to see. And I mean, I'm sure Lancashire will be hoping to try and see out the new ball, while Durham look to strike and bounce back from a tough loss down at Somerset last week.
Yeah, so we'll go through the team news. Probably in batting order for Durham will be Alex Lees and Ben McKinney. Captain Scott Borthwick, who will be very happy having won the toss this morning. And then it'll be Colin Ackerman, David Bedingham returning in from South Africa, Ollie Robinson, Buster Lader, Ben Rain, Matthew Potts returning from Test duties, Callum Parkinson, and a debut for Shimar Holder, the Barbados player who's been playing league cricket over here, has been called up late. And for Lancashire we have Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings, who will open the batting. Just having a look at the two tall left-handers that are wandering out there. We have Josh Bohannon, we have Matthew Hurst, George Bell, George Balderson, Venkatesh Iyer, Tom Hartley, Tom Bailey, Anderson Phillip and Tom Aspinwall. I don't think that'll be the exact batting lineup for Lancashire, but that is their starting 11. Just to go through the hours of play today, so we're going to start at 12:50 in just a few moments. As you can see from our pictures, the umpires and players have made their way out onto the ground. Tea will be taken at 3:10 till 3:30, and then play can go on up until 7 p.m, but that will be light and weather conditions dependent. But hopefully we're set for a good few hours of cricket, Toby.
Hopefully so. I can't imagine they're going to play till 7, considering sunsets, I think, at 6:30. But I'm sure they'll try and get out as much as they can, and it'll be a very, very exciting bottom of the table clash. Two teams in sort of a relegation scrap at the moment. I think whoever wins here is almost sealing their safety, and the other will be in a lot of danger. Draw doesn't necessarily harm either of them, but doesn't really do them any favours either. A lot of then depends on Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, it's an interesting game that we've got set up, with Durham losing last week, as you said. This clash is now vital as Ben Rain takes the new ball, the new Kookaburra ball, as we have for this round. Not been a friend to the Durham bowlers, but he's going to start around the wicket. And he's gone, first ball. Luke Wells nicks the first ball, and an outstanding start for Durham and for Ben Rain.
Yeah, that's exactly what Durham want. Ben Rain, absolutely brilliant from him. That's his 250th county championship wicket for Durham as well. Brilliant record for him, and a brilliant ball and a brilliant way to start off for Durham.
A little bit of word of caution. Durham, I think, started the Somerset game off in exactly the same fashion, taking a wicket first ball. However, hopefully that goes on to be bigger and better things for Durham, as this one just pitched, and Wells will probably be disappointed that he's played at that one a little bit away from his body, trying to feel bad on ball, but Durham get the early breakthrough.
Absolutely huge. Wells hasn't had the greatest time at the top of the order so far for Lancashire, but you know, he'll have obviously hoped to do better than that today. And I think it will bring Josh Bohannon to the crease alongside Keaton Jennings, and between them they'll be hoping to try and recover what they can in what is definitely some tough batting conditions at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good toss to win for Durham, and have picked up the early breakthrough. Umpire Lloyd having no hesitation in getting the finger up there, and the new batsman Josh Bohannon comes out to the crease to face the second ball of this afternoon's play. But an excellent start for Durham. That's what you want when you win the toss and bowl. You need to take early wickets. And Durham getting the first one on the board. First ball. Josh Bohannon now, as we said, the new batsman. Ben Rain will come over the wicket to the right-hander in probably the best light and conditions of the day so far. As you can see from your pictures, all the Durham players in long sleeve jumpers.
Slight change to the field here from Rangers, moving square leg a bit straighter. Maybe hoping Bohannon will chip through mid wicket.
Drives square of the wicket. It goes to debutant Shimar Holder, out there with a lovely big bright white headband on, keeping those dreadlocks firmly in place. Not an issue that I have, I must admit. No headband required for me. However, it's great to have him on board. Durham have had several overseas bowlers this year, and hopefully he can get through his first game unscathed, unlike Scott Boland and Neil Wagner before him. This is full, and McKinney gets around and does the fielding out in the covers.
Yeah, I'm sure Shamar will not have been expecting it to be quite like this weather, and very different from the tropical conditions in the Caribbean he would have faced before.
Yeah, welcome to the northeast. Absolutely. It's not like this all the time. We have had a couple of days of summer this year, maybe 4 at the most. But yeah, the outfield will be a bit slow, and we'll just talk about the wicket in a little bit. As Rain finds his length there, maybe a little bit too full for this first couple. But yeah, having chat with Victor Main this morning, went out and had a look at the pitch. Pitch is really firm, but has been under covers for the best part of 2 days. We haven't had a very nice weekend at all here in the northeast. We had lots of fog and mist around on Saturday that did break out on the afternoon. Then yesterday was a total write-off. It rained pretty much all day. So this pitch has been under cover for the best part of 2 days. So no doubt any team winning the toss here was going to bowl first. It's nicely driven down to mid-off for no run. So this is pitch number 9 on the square. And has been the subject of a little bit of attention as Bohannon looks for a little bit of attention on his bat there. He's already got quite a lot of tape on the bottom of that bat, and he looks like he's calling for some more tape. But there is 7mm of grass. There was 9mm on for a couple of the earlier games. The Somerset game, and I can't remember which one the other one was. The home game, Worcester game it was actually. And that ends a successful first over for Ben Rain, a wicket maiden, and Durham off to a lovely start.
Yeah, brilliant from Durham, brilliant from Rain, and exactly how they would have wanted started. Rain just nailing his length straight away, and just got the ball to move slightly away from Wells. As you mentioned, it'll be interesting to see how the pitch might play, Ash, with the Kookaburra ball, the first home Kookaburra match here at Chesley Street this year. The first one I think was abandoned without even a ball being bowled.
Yeah.
So it'll be a new challenge for the ground staff, but also the seamers here who won't have had any practice in 2024. As Matt Potts looks to be taking the new ball for the second over of the game.
Yeah, it's not been a friend to the Durham bowlers, Kookaburra ball. They've yet to bowl a side out twice with the Kookaburra ball, so that'll be a challenge that these guys will be looking to relish. And somebody who does love a challenge is Matthew Potts, who's back in the Durham colours this week after playing some test match cricket away from this group, but he'll be thrilled's probably not the right word to be back, but he'll be ready to give everything, and that he does that every time he crosses the white line. Matthew Potts, he'll probably be disappointed that he isn't part of that third test match, although that looks like to be heading to Sri Lanka at the moment.
In come Potts, and just defended well, head straight over the ball there from Jennings, and just drops the ball at his feet. Doesn't seem to struggle with that too much.
Yeah, he's a classy player, isn't he? Keaton Jennings spent a lot of time here as a youngster before making his move across to Manchester with Lancashire. He's very, very highly thought of in the Durham ranks. Big, tall, left-handed opening batsman. Did quite well in his England career. He's being touted around for some winter tours as well through pure weight of runs.
Outside off from Potts, and leaves it alone there, Jennings. Not even a thought about pushing at that one. Yeah, he's had quite a long career so far, and done a lot with it. He's just been picked up in the Big Bash.
Yeah.
I think Perth Scorchers, along with Matty Hurst as well, who's obviously hopefully be coming in later. Well, should be coming in later really, which will be interesting to see. And yeah, he's had a bit of time in England, possibly talked about for a call-up as well this summer with the injury to Zach Crawley. And he's off the mark here, Jennings. First runs for Lancashire, just flicks it nicely into the leg sides.
David Bedingham doing the fielding there has just come back from a little trip to South Africa with some List A cricket there with South Africa A, and absolutely dominated one of the games. Launching, I think that was against Sri Lanka as well, wasn't it? They're absolutely 190, I think he got in the game. Opening the batting there, so making his mark now in white ball cricket with the South Africans. Outstanding player, and great to have him back in Durham colours as well.
Yeah, he's been on the up over the last few years. Been started as a Kolpak player, now on overseas, and been brilliant every year since. Oh, and finds out an edge there, Potts, but it squirts away outside the slips, and they're going to get back for a couple here. Slow outfield just holds it from flying away to the boundary. Yeah,
it will be a tough day for batting. I think you're going to have to hit the ball pretty well to get a boundary here today. The outfield had a little walk on it this morning. Is it very, very soft? Fighting a war against worms at the moment. There's loads of worm casts that are knocking around, but the outfield looks in beautiful condition, so well done to Vic and the team. Probably in particular John, who'll be very meticulous in how this grass looks. He's out there with the shovel earlier, picking up the worm casts.
Oh, and defender there on the front foot from Bohannon. Yeah, you could see during the lunch break they were going around with the tractors and the ropes and just water just seeming everywhere almost. Yeah. But it's dried up a little bit, and they're able to play. It's great work by the ground staff.
Yeah, they're a good team here. Vic, Ben, Barry and John do absolutely superb work. And Mark. Sorry to leave you out, Mark, if you're listening.
I'm not sure they'll be getting the deck chairs out for this match, however.
Vic will be out there, shorts on, no doubt.
Potts in again. Defended again by Bohannon.
To be fair, I think the lads will be having a well-earned lunch break at the moment. There's nothing worse as a groundsman as seeing the rain in. I think they've put the covers on 2 or 3 times this morning, and then the full covers have had to go on as well. They've been very, very busy. And as you look to the skies, you think they might be a bit busier at some stage as well today, as leaden skies. Way to the north, very dark, a little bit lighter above us. But we've got some cricket finally. Early lunch taken and play starting at 12:50. 2 overs down, and Lancashire are 1 for 1. Ben Rain is going to continue from the Lumley end. Keaton Jennings on strike, so the left-hander. Ben Rain will come around the wicket straight away to the left-hander. Ollie Robinson calling for his helmet straight away. I don't know if Keaton Jennings is just taking his guard well out of his crease, so Ollie Robinson isn't going to allow that to happen. And he's going to get the helmet and stand up to the stumps.
I love seeing this from keepers. I think it's a great skill, and also it puts a lot of pressure back on Jennings, who's already remarking his guard, knowing that you can't risk anything. And just, I think as a batter you almost feel a bit more cramped up. You don't have that freedom.
A little bit of claustrophobia.
Exactly.
And there's Ollie Robinson. He said helmet on now. He's coming up to the stumps. Keaton Jennings, as you rightly said, Toby, had to remark his guard. As Daniel Hogg has run the helmet out, and we're ready to go for over number 3. It's clipped away nicely by Jennings. And it's a test for the outfield, and that will get their run a long way across the big square here at the Riverside. And that's the first boundary of today. Jennings clips it away beautifully off his legs, just a little bit straight. A couple of shouts of catch, but run away comfortably for 4.
Yeah, I think that's going to be where most of the boundaries will come, will be sort of flying along the square, just going to be a lot quicker than the outfield. You could even see as it got to the edge of the square that it was starting to slow down already.
Back on the money there, Ben Rain. If you'd like to get in contact with us, you can contact us via email at streaming@durhamcricket.co.uk, or if you're on various social media platforms on X, the platform formerly known as Twitter, you can find Ash Thorpe and Toby Reynolds on there. And immediately a change of field as 2 slips now changes to a man at catching mid-wicket as Alex Lees drops there. Shimmer Holder just drops a little bit deeper at square leg. And Rain beats the button, nicely gloved by Ollie Robinson. And even with that keeper up, it just probably even makes you play at balls that you would normally leave as well. It's just It's definitely a good psychological move from Ollie Robinson.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how he copes. The ball's going to be nipping around, seaming around. Bit of swing as well, probably. That it's going to be tough conditions for him as a keeper, and a great way for him to show his skills behind the stumps.
That's driven through extra cover by Keaton Jennings. Not perfectly timed, so he collect a couple. As Matthew Potts does the fielding there at mid-off.
Fraction full there from Rain, but Jennings doesn't quite get all of it. And as you said, the outfield just continually slow, and they managed to scamper back for 2. As Rain will continue here.
Right on the money there again, Ben Rain. Yeah, just a few technical issues here at the ground with regards to connectivity, so you should be seeing the pictures and hopefully hearing the commentary nice and loud and clear. But as you can see from the scoreboard, that is definitely not right at the moment.
However much I would have liked it to be 0 for 1.
It is.
I mean, it was right at one point.
Awesome.
That
I think
first
there's
ball.
7 on the board. I'm going to go with 7 at the moment. I think Jennings has hit a 1, a 4 and a 2. And a good leave to end the over. And a little bit of theatre from behind the stumps, as you would expect from Scott Borthwick. Ends over number 3. And it's 9 for 1, in fact, because Bohannon got a 2 as well. Totally forgot about that. So apologies to Josh, who is also off the mark. But yeah, 9 for 1. And as you can see now, we seem to have that all sorted and up to date for you on our screens. And on our scoreboards within the ground as well.
Potts to continue here. We'll be hoping to keep building the Lancashire scoring as they have done so far. Hoping to rebound, as you mentioned, from his drop from England, which I thought was a harsh one. It was very tough on him. I thought he bowled well so far in that Sri Lanka series, but they obviously wanted to get Josh Hull in.
Yeah, and he's an exciting prospect, isn't he?
Left alone there by Bohannon. Yeah, I mean, 6'6", 6'7", whatever he is, and left arm, 80 odd mile an hour. It's
more than useful, that, isn't it?
Definitely. And I'm sure that they know how good Potts is, and will be looking to use him over the next few years and possibly longer, probably longer, with how young he is, just 26 years old. And he already seems to have so many skills, got a couple hundred first-class wickets as well already. It's more than impressive from Potts as he comes in again. Onto the front foot there from Bohannon.
Sri Lanka have won that 3rd Test match by 8 wickets.
Comfortable in the end there.
Yeah, Nasanka with 127 not out, Angelo Matthews 32 not out, so just losing the 1 wicket today and getting home in a hurry.
It's a brilliant end from Sri Lanka.
219 for 2 from 40.3 overs. So rattling along at, well, nearly 5.5 and over.
Really interesting to see how many they could have chased. Quite a strong batting lineup still to come in as well.
Yeah.
On the thigh pad there, quite high though from Potts, and a shake of the head from the umpire. Just a fraction high, I reckon. There was on the back foot, but looked on the thigh pad. Even though Bohannon isn't the tallest batter.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Umpire Gough, one of the best in the business in the house today, along with Graham Lloyd. And not often Michael Gough gets them wrong, and I agree with you, Toby. I think that looked a little bit high and probably may have even been heading down the leg side. There's been some interesting scores around the country, which we'll go through in a moment.
Inside edge there from Bohannon. Doesn't, obviously looking to play out through the offside, but doesn't quite get hold of it and just dribbles out to mid-on. Shamar Holder picks up.
Yeah, so Essex and Nottinghamshire, 40 for 1, Essex at lunch. Kent and Hampshire has just started. Hampshire batting first, a 4 without loss. Somerset v Surrey, which is a bit of a title contender, although Surrey massive favourites at the moment. Somerset are 93 for 2.
Onto the back foot, Bohannon. They think about a quick single there, but turned down swiftly.
Yeah, good bit of feeling there by Buster Lader. And at Worcestershire 77 for 4. Worcestershire have done amazingly well. I thought they were dead and buried along with Kent, who are struggling at the bottom of the table, but they've done very well to climb up the table. Division 2 is probably where it's all happening. Leicestershire have been bowled out for 98 already by Yorkshire. Absolutely incredible morning's cricket there.
A dot ball to finish off the over there from Matt Potts. What's the rest of Division 2 looking like then, Ash?
Yeah, so the rest of Division 2, Middlesex off to a good start, 117 for 2 v Gloucestershire after losing a wicket first ball of the innings. Sam Robson bowled by Singdale. And Northamptonshire in big trouble. They are 75 for 5 against Derbyshire. And Glamorgan round off the fixtures v Sussex. Glamorgan are 91 for 4.
It's a lot of wickets.
There's
so
a lot of
far
wickets
today.
around. Absolutely right.
I mean, it's going to be similar conditions to these all over the country, I think.
Yeah, it looked pretty overcast watching some of the test match this morning. So Ben Rain is going to continue in these overcast conditions from the Lumley end. Right arm around the wicket to Keaton Jennings, who's solid in defence. Ben McKinney does the fielding with a big smile on his face. Shouldn't be enjoying himself out there. That's ridiculous. 9 for 1. Durham winning the toss and putting Lancashire into bat first on a gloomy day here at the Seat Unique Riverside. Ollie Robinson standing up to the stumps, trying to put a bit of pressure on Keaton Jennings. And Ben Rain looking to bowl nice and straight and attack the stumps. Alex Lee's firing that one into Ollie Robinson. So Alex Lee's fire a ball back into Ollie Robinson in the T20 game down at the Oval, which seemed to upset Sam Curran quite a lot.
Yeah, there was a lot of argy-bargy and argumentative behaviour on the pitch for a few balls there.
I know where my money is.
I think most people might be agreeing with you there, Ash.
Nicely defended. Beautiful full face of the bat from Keaton Jennings. Sam Curran taking objection to the proximity of Alex Lees' throw. If you didn't see that in the quarter-final last week down at the Oval. And let Alex Lees know that he wasn't very happy. And I think Alex Lees told him exactly what he could do with his thoughts.
It was a fun one to watch from the stands, that one. I'm sure. I think a lot of the fans.
It got the game moving, didn't it? That's an excellent lead from Jennings. A good delivery. A little bit of nip away from the left-hander. Melting nicely into the gloves of Ollie Robinson. Our wicket-keeping coach Cole Pearce will be watching on intently up in the change rooms.
He's done well so far, Robinson behind the stumps. Very, very tidy. Couple slips behind him as well if there's any sort of thick edge. And
yeah, he's got Borthwick and Ackerman in there for support. And round to Bustelator at backward point. Oh. Absolute ripper from Ben Rain and Keaton Jennings. Just looks down the pitch a little bit in admiration, a little bit in like, what the heck am I supposed to do with that one? And Ollie Robinson wringing his right hand as that one climbed, nipped off a length. Beautiful delivery from Ben Rain.
He's just an absolute pro at this, Ben Rain, isn't he? He's great conditions for him.
Yeah.
He knows what to do. He's been doing this for such a long time. Just angled in, nipped away. And basically what every left-hander hates to face.
This time Jennings defends out to Bustelator on the offside. And that ends another over from Ben Rain. And another maiden over from Ben Rain. I'm sure we will say that plenty of times throughout the next 4 days here at the Seat Unique Riverside. Lancashire still 9 for 1. 5 overs down.
Yeah, brilliant start from Ben Rain. 6 runs from his first 3. Matt Potts similarly brilliant from the other end. 3 runs from his first 2. Just not allowing Lancashire anything. They've been tried to be positive all year, Lancashire, and it's not quite worked out for them. And they've had a lot of collapses, that batting lineup. Keaton Jennings has top scored on 6 or 7 of occasions. He's been absolutely critical to any sort of sort of total that Lancashire have put on the scoreboard. Matt Hurst as well, young 20-year-old, has been great as well. So Matt Potts will continue here to Josh Bohannon. And just defends it back to the bowler.
Yeah, right on the money. Nice and solid from Bohannon in defence.
Yeah, Lancashire early on in the season in particular really struggled. They collapsed for at least less than 100, losing 5 wickets in every single innings in their first 6 matches, which when they drew their first 2, as pretty much everyone did in that early season with Kookaburra, it's sort of fallen since. Potts in again and yet again onto the front foot from Bohannon. It's a great line so far from Potts. Just peppering away at that off stump. It looks like Rain, Holder and Potts having a little chat here. I think Rain's just imparting some of his wisdom onto the West Indian. A few tips, a few tricks perhaps. Slight outside edge there, but keeps it down from Bohannon. Played it well in the end. It's tough conditions out there right now.
It's good challenging areas, isn't it, from Ben Rain? Sorry, and Matthew Potts, both of them bowling very, very good areas.
Yeah, that's what they've done all season, really. Just not let teams get away from them, and have been crucial to Durham's hopes and style and quality throughout the year. Yet again from Matt Potts, just on that sort of nagging length, not allowing Bohannon anything to get his hands through. And he just has to pat the ball out to the offside.
Yeah, right on the money, these two. Making Lancashire played a lot of deliveries, which is what you want with this new ball.
Ground's starting to fill up slightly here at the Riverside, which is great to see. Obviously the rain kept fans undercover for a long time. Onto the back foot there from Bohannon. He's hit in a place, I think, just above a place where you do not want to get hit there. Just about escapes. Slight wince you can see in from him.
I think anybody of normal height, no disrespect to Josh, that might have been very, very uncomfortable. As much as it's not nice being hit in the stomach. Could have been a lot worse.
Not even a jest of an appeal there.
Tough fella. Love it. Show no pain.
I remember in the Ashes, I think it was 2017-18, and Cameron Bancroft on sort of debut or early on in his career got hit, and you could see him struggle, but lovely shot there from Bohannon. Just carves that one through the offside, and it's going to run away. Slow outfield, temptingly tempts the fielders, but it just about flies away there for 4. And Bohannon moves on to 6. Yeah, Bancroft, I think Jimmy Anderson or Broady picked the ball up and hurled it back at Bancroft. And being the sort of the young rookie he was, didn't want to sort of show any pain and just took it on the midriff. Very different from Labuschagne, who I think just flicked one away at one point in an Ashes or an international series when he was first coming through.
Yeah, nice way to finish the over after being struck in the midriff and then driving nicely through cover point for 4, Bohannon. That'll make him feel good. 13 for 1 now. As Ben Rain starts over number 7. Strikes Jennings on the pad, but no danger of that being straight enough to challenge the umpire. He's a bit disappointed, Jennings, that he hasn't put that one away.
There's a lot of fielders in that leg side. You've got a sort of short mid-wicket, a sort of forward square leg, a fine leg, long leg, Callum Parkinson down here, and a regulation mid-on. So he's going to have to try and pierce the gap, probably slightly behind square, if not on square. Is the only real opportunity, unless he can beat that man at short mid-wicket.
Oh, and that squares Jennings up. A good delivery, that from Ben Rain. Thick outside edge from Jennings.
Just about survives there. That's what he's got to do really in these conditions. You're going to get a lot of good balls if you can keep all of those out. You're going to be able to cash in later on perhaps if it clears up. When the ball gets a bit older, the kookaburra obviously isn't particularly helpful to bowl seam bowlers in particular the longer it stays out there. So that's what they're going to have to try and do.
That's a leave from Jennings there as he just plays inside the line.
Yeah, sensible yet again. Sort of hiding his bat behind the knee roll of his pads.
Just bang on off stump.
Very, very good ploy here from Jennings, just knowing that anything outside his eye line, leave alone. If it's angled in him, he can hopefully flick it away and get a few runs. And obviously, you're going to have to. Might be a few tricks that Rain might throw in here.
This one's driven, squirts away, and he'll just settle for a single as delayed. Races onto that ball and fires it in. Excellent bit of fielding there. Keeping that to 1 run.
Yeah, the outfield yet again there. Really, really slow. You'd think if on a different day, perhaps that might even been a 3, perhaps maybe even a 4 if it had really flown along the square.
Keaton Jennings having an outstanding season so far, averaging over 55. That's 943 runs to his name, 4 centuries. High score of 187 not out. Currently sitting 4th on the run scoring charts. A big appeal from Ben Rain.
Looked a bit high to me, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there. Smiles on the face. It did look high. And again, not to harp on about it, but he isn't the tallest. So that's the second appeal that's hit Bohannon that has been in the thigh pad area.
Obviously, the Durham fielders don't think that seems to be an issue with it clipping the top of the bails.
Having an ask anyway. Umpire Lloyd at that end.
Yeah, again a great line from Rain. Just sort of angled in, nipped back slightly.
This is driven square, and Holder does the fielding, gets around well to his left.
The end of another great Ben Rain over. 4 overs so far, just 7 runs. Wicket with the first ball of the innings. Absolute beauty to dismiss Luke Wells.
Yeah, they're right on the money so far, the Durham bowlers. Just going back to the leading run scorers in Division 1, you've got Alex Davies, who's top of the pops at the moment on 966. Then Rory Burns, Dean Elgar around the 950 mark. Then Keaton Jennings and David Beddingham, who's got 926 runs. This is his 9th game only. He's averaging 71 at the moment with the bat. Jordan Cox just behind him, averaging 65. And Ollie Robinson a couple down the list, who's averaging the best part of 60 with 831 runs for the season. And then just below him is Will Rhodes, who's Durham bound for next year.
Onto the run foot from Jennings, but Potts gets a hand to it just to delay it slightly, take a bit of pace off. Yeah, I think that you can tell there's a huge issue with Lancashire's batting when Josh Bohannon 628 is next highest after Keaton Jennings is 943.
Yeah, well down the list, isn't he, of leading run scorers.
Slight surprise, he's had a great few years at Lancashire. Bohannon sort of came through a few years ago, England bound perhaps. Outside off there from Potts, and Jennings gets his hands way out the way.
Wander down the pitch there from Jennings, just a couple of steps. How's that through? Yeah, Matthew Hurst just a little bit behind him there. 3rd on the Lancashire batting list, and he's not averaging 30 at the moment, which just tells you why they probably are where they are in the table. Some very good players in this lineup though. They'll be looking to prove whatever doubters they have wrong in this big clash. Could determine where they end up at next season.
Onto the back foot there from Jennings, just drops the ball at his feet. He's taken yet again a new mark, it looks like, just even further outside his crease perhaps. Really trying to get to the pitch of it here, try and put Matt Potts off his length. which he hasn't missed so far in his 3.5 overs. Rain similarly from the other end. Very miserly from Durham. 14 for 1, Lancashire currently 7.5 overs in. Jennings on 8. The only boundary so far from him. Flicked off the pads there from Jennings, just for a single to get off strike. And similarly Bohannon with just the 1-4 as well.
If you look at the bowling list as well, so Oliver Hannon Dolby going into today's game was a leading wicket taker with 45. Then you have to go well down the list to George Balderson, who has 28. Is the leading wicket taker for Lancashire at the moment, and just behind him is Ben Rain, who's in fact also on 28 wickets but has a slightly worse strike rate.
Off the back foot from Bohannon. It's a good pace so far from Potts. Saw that he's sort of bowling in the mid-80s for England. Seems to have brought the same speed, similar aggression that he has up to Chesterley Street for this game. 1 ball remains in the over. I think, as you say, Ash, the fact that Lancashire aren't scoring runs or taking wickets is evidently a huge issue, as you would obviously expect.
Yeah, it's been a tough season for them so far. I'd be disappointed getting knocked out in the T20 Blast as well last week.
Flick off the legs there from Bohannon, but straight to holder at mid-on, and that will be the end of the over.
8 overs in, 15 for 1, so very cautious start in bowler-friendly conditions. And I was just about to say, I'm not sure if the lights are going to come on here, and they are just starting to come on. It's started to get a bit gloomier, and looking over towards the west, there is a bit of dark cloud headed this way. We've managed to avoid the rain so far since the start. We've had 8 overs so far, just over half an hour's play. Keaton Jennings 9 not out, Josh Bohannon 6 not out. Ben Rain with the wicket, first ball of the innings, and he'll continue again from the Lumley end.
Oh, he's gone.
It's bowled him. Absolute ripper from Ben Rain. Keaton Jennings playing down the line, and that must have just flicked the outside of the off stump. And Jennings has to go, and that is a huge wicket for Durham. Ben Rain with the breakthrough. He now has 2, and Lancashire are 15 for 2.
Jennings looked absolutely perplexed there what had happened. Just nipped away from him. Great skill yet again from Rain. And Jennings wandering off the pitch in confusion more than anything else. Wasn't really sure what had gone on there.
Had a little look round, didn't he, afterwards? He must have heard that ball hit the stumps, and Ollie Robinson was up in a flash. He knew exactly what had happened, probably the first to know what had happened there, and that's a big breakthrough. As we've said, Jennings by miles the leading run scorer for Lancashire. And that is a key wicket. I think we're going to have Venkatesh Iyer come out to the crease, are we? I'm just trying to see what number's on the back of that shirt as he wanders out to the middle.
Yeah, it looks like it
It
will
is
be Iyer.
indeed Iyer, yeah. So a lot of responsibility on the Indian coming out to bat in what will be very alien conditions to what he is used to on a gloomy afternoon here at the Seat Unique Riverside. Durham winning the toss and picking up the 2 early wickets. Crucial breakthrough, that one of Keaton Jennings, gone for 9, bowled by Ben Rain.
Yeah, these are going to be really, really challenging conditions for Iyer. He's only played 22 first-class matches before this one, most of which have been in India. Obviously played a couple so far for Lancashire. Batting down the order as well, generally. Rocky Flintoff had been in at number 4.
Yeah, I'm disappointed he's not playing, actually. I was looking forward to watching him bat. I've heard nothing but good things. I saw him score 100 here as maybe a 14-year-old. Oh, that traps him on the pad, and that's got to be close. That's a huge appeal, and Ben Rain cannot believe it. He cannot believe that has not been given out.
That looked that's going to be tight. He is absolutely disappointed with that, Ben Rain. Just gets Aya, as we were saying, has no idea really how to play this. Perhaps a fraction high. Aya is a very tall guy. But Ben Rain was certain.
I think the whole Durham team was convinced that that one was out. He can't believe it, Ben Rain, even walking back to his mark. It's trapped Aya on the crease.
Even now he's still shaking his head.
Chuntering on at the top of his mark, as he does. Oh, and he plays right across his front pad there. Ben Rain will be liking the look of that start from Aya. He'll be disappointed, actually, that he's there to face that second ball. He thought he had him trapped, LBW. The lights now very bright. Starting to take effect.
With that last shot showing how not to play Ben Rain. I think he's getting his foot right away across, almost outside off stump. And it's going to be a candidate here for LBW, you'd think, with Ben Rain just nipping the ball each way.
That one's a little bit back of a length and hits high up on the bat from Iron Ben Rain. Just gives him a little stare. Probably letting him know exactly what he thinks and how he's still there. But that looked very, very close.
It's going to be a big challenge here for Aya. Hasn't really scored any runs in the first two matches for Lancashire. We'll be hoping he can make a strong contribution now. Try and rescue Lancashire from a challenging position they're in at 15 for 2.
That's punched nicely off the back foot, but doesn't beat Delayda. Ben Rain closing in on a second wicket maiden of the day.
I think you can tell Aya's has played a lot more white ball cricket than red with a shot like that. Just sort of not quite a helicopter, but really throwing his wrists at that one, trying to get the ball away from what was a very tight line from Rain.
Ground staff just starting to congregate down in front of the old scoreboard. Might be a little bit of mist and a bit of drizzle in the air. That one's uppishly played towards McKinney, but that ends an excellent over from Ben Rain. It's a wicket maiden. He thinks it should be a double wicket maiden. But Lancashire, 15 for 2.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, again from Rain. Just offered nothing so far to the Lancashire batters. They've had to work for every single run they've got off him. And they will likely have to continue to for the rest of the day. The cloud cover definitely increasing here. It's getting darker.
We're going to see a first over from Shimmer Holder. It's going to come into the attack from the Finkel end. So I'm just wondering, as I said, is there a bit of rain in the air? Barry, one of the ground staff, is headed over towards the tractor, which is attached to the covers.
Exciting here for Holders. First over in county cricket for Durham. Very quick. He's expected to be 26-year-old from Trinidad and Tobago, I think. As Josh Bohannon will face up here.
Love this headband on, dreadlocks flowing. Let's see what we've got from Holder. A late inclusion into this team.
Bit short there first up, and Bohannon latches onto that. Smashing that through the offside. It's not quite going to reach the boundary though, with the slow outfield out there. Slight loosener to open up from Holder. Too short and too wide, but saved by the slow outfield. A man catching in at short mid-wicket here, Holder.
He's got some phenomenal bright pink socks on as well. He's got a bit of an ankle brace on his left ankle. And some amazing fluorescent pink socks.
Short again, and Bohannon carves that one through the offside again, this time a bit squarer. It's going to be a slow chase out to the offside boundary there from Deleda. And fires it over the top. Another 2 for Bohannon.
On a normal day, you'd fancy that running away comfortably for 4. The outfield just a little bit slow. Just watching Holder here, walking back to his mark. Probably a little bit short of where he wants to be. His first couple might take him a few balls to get loose. These very, very foreign conditions compared to what he's used to.
Gonna have to work for every run here, Lancashire. Fuller this time, much better length. Fraction wide and left alone by Bohannon. He's slowly finding his line of length here, Holder.
So yeah, he's from Barbados, Shamar Holder, 26-year-old. Played the 1 test match, picked up a couple of wickets in that test match, and played the 1 ODI as well.
Onto the front foot from Bohannon, and this one you think is going to fly away, and it does for 4. Brilliant shot there from Bohannon. Just through the covers onto the front foot nicely.
Yeah, it looks like the rain is starting to get a bit steadier out there. The umpires just having a look towards each other. Not sure if Michael Goff was on the radio there. They're in communication with each other via the radio, the 2 umpires, and maybe the ground staff as well.
Two balls to come here from Holder, and his opening over for Durham. And much better length, that one. Bohannon can leave it alone comfortably. Slightly expensive a first over here from Holder. He's not found his line or length yet.
Shaking his head as he walks back to his mark. Having a quiet word with himself. He'll be nervous on debut here. 27 first-class games up until this point.
That's a good one there to finish off from Holder. Bohannon can leave it, but his 6th ball, he finally finds the right line of length. And you can see the slips and the keeper much happier with that final ball.
Yeah, it was a nice finish to the over there. 88 wickets so far under his belt in first-class cricket. A best of 6 for 47. And best match figures of 11 for 92. 5 wicket hauls in his career so far, and just the 1 10-wicket haul.
Ben Rain will continue here from the Lumley end.
He'll look to hone in here on maybe the Rain's looked to ease there a little bit. Oh, and he beats Rain. Was that an edge? Hands on heads from everyone. But that climbed off a length. I don't know if it's a shoulder or a bit of glove there from Aya, but it looks like that's a chance that's gone down, and a real tough one. And that is what you get when you stand up to the stumps in these conditions. If they do get an edge, that is very, very tough for the wicketkeeper, and that one looks like a difficult chance has gone down.
Yeah, that would have been a brilliant take from Robinson behind the stumps. Just leapt off length slightly there and caught a feather of an edge of Aya.
Playing with a very open bat at the moment, Aya. Ben Rain looking to hone in on the stumps.
Yeah, pretty much everything from Aya's gone into backward point to Deleda so far, just as you mentioned with that open face. Just even when he's getting onto the front foot to defend or the back foot to defend, it's still squirting out there slightly. Still getting his front foot right the way across onto off stump as well. A dangerous position.
This one's tucked away off his hip. Can't beat Callum Parkinson, who's now in the square leg position. Holder has wandered his way down to fine leg. Hands in pockets, no doubt hand warmers in place. So I'm sure this is just like another normal day in Barbados where he's from. It's probably the best part of 13 or 14 degrees out there. And there's a bit of rain in the air, and it's pretty miserable if we're totally honest. Ben Rain seems to be enjoying himself, going about his work nicely. He has 2 wickets to his name. Right on the money again. 2 for 7 so far for Rain. Couple of balls remaining in his 6th over as he's heading towards yet another maiden over. Must be an absolute captain's dream having somebody like Ben Rain in your team who can pick up wickets but also keep it tight.
Yeah, it's been brilliant from Rain so far. It's had a great season as well. 27 wickets, leading wicket taker for Durham. Just one ahead of Callum Parkinson. A couple ahead of Potts.
Right on the money again there. You're getting across to off stump. He's presented a pretty full face of the bat on that occasion. See, it's that 1-2 mid on.
There's a lot of hands in pockets.
Yeah, lots of hand warmers out there today
From the Durham fielders. I'm impressed by the fans in the stands.
Yeah, brave up here, mate. Tough breed. And Rain right on the money again there. That's another maiden over from Ben Rain. An excellent over. He has 2 for 7 from 6 overs. 4 maidens to go along with that. And again, he still looks a little bit aggrieved that he hasn't picked up that 3rd wicket there in that last over. The umpires just getting together and having a chat now around the conditions. Umpires Lloyd and Goff, I think they'll be happy to continue, as it does look like whatever rain was in the air has eased off. And they are happy to continue. The lights are on here. The skies are gloomy. It is not a pleasant day here in Chesley Street. But there is cricket being played. Delayed start, 12:50 was the first ball. So we're heading towards the first hour of play here. Durham have picked up 2 early wickets after winning the toss and putting Lancashire into bat. Wells gone first ball and Jennings just a couple of overs ago.
Pull shot there from Bohannon. Brilliant strike, and it's going to fly away. The first one that really doesn't slow down when it hits the outfield. Just too short yet again from Holder, and Bohannon latches on to move on to 18.
Yeah, he's taken a liking, hasn't he, so far to Holder. He's just been short. And Bohannon jumping all over anything slightly short and looking for opportunities to score, which is definitely the way to go on this pitch.
Yeah, Holder's still yet to find the perfect rhythm so far. They've moved a man out onto that square leg boundary now. McKinney out there. Still have someone catching in the covers. And a few others around him on that ring field on the offside. Couple slips alongside Robinson behind the stumps. Slightly slower here, and he finds the edge this time. Bohannon almost loses his footing, it looks like. And they're going to get through for 2 again. Slightly odd shot there from Bohannon. Sort of gets onto the front foot, but his back leg slips away behind him as he plays that cover drive, and it does just sort of come off the outside edge perhaps, or the face of the bat, a very open face to go through backward point.
Just played away from that, didn't he? He managed to get plenty of bat on it. Holder really struggling to just zone in on his line and length and maybe just get loose in general. Keep stretching at the top of his mark.
That's the one there from Holder. Oh, it is a no ball, however, though. Outstretched arm there from umpire Goff. It's all going wrong at the moment for Holder. He's yet to settle in. A much better line of length, that one, and Bohannon just defended it, but he's got to keep his foot behind the line.
.31 for 2 now. Bohannon under 20. You're still yet to get off the mark. Holder will want to make an impact.
That's the one yet again. Foot behind the line this time. On the money and just a dot ball. Bohannon comfortably onto the front foot, however. Seemingly a bit of a conference in the slips there. Perhaps thinking about a few plans. I'm not sure they need to do a huge amount at the moment with the way the conditions are at, the way Ben Rain in particular has been bowling. It's all been good going so far for Durham. Onto the back foot there. Just pops up a little bit to hit the leader in the chest. But played nicely from Bohannon, just away from his body slightly. Another dot ball here, 2 in a row for the first time for Holder.
Yeah, that'll make him feel good. He seems to have zoned in on a nice area there, attacking the top of the off stump.
Two balls to come after a no ball a few ago. And that's the one yet again. 3 dots in a row now for Holder. He's going nicely now onto the front foot again from Bohannon. Seemingly no trouble so far though for the Lancashire batter.
So Ben Rain so far with 6 overs, has 2 for 7. Matthew Potts 4 overs, none for 8. So you might see one more from Ben Rain and then see Potts come and take over from Ben Rain.
Final ball of the over here for Holder. Onto the back foot, and Bohannon gets that one nicely in front of square. They're going to push for 2 here. McKinney comes round to gather, and they do get back for a second. That brings the over to a close.
Another expensive one there from Holder. He has none for 18 from his 2 so far. Bohannon, like I said, jumped on anything short. He has 3 boundaries to his name and 22 not out. So Lancashire sit on 33 for 2. I think Ben Rain will want to keep bowling for as long as he can in these conditions with that Kookaburra ball in this state.
Yeah, his cap's off. He's going again. Do you think Baz, the leader, might be introduced to the attack at some point? He's not bowled a huge amount this season so far.
I think they'll give Potts another crack before Buss comes on. Buss might follow Holder at this end. It'll be interesting to see how Scotty Borthwick uses these bowlers today. Rain right on the money as Aya defends comfortably.
Callum Parkinson an option. The left arm spin as well. Probably won't be used while the ball's still moving, ball's still new. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot from him later on in the game. He's bowled a huge number of overs this season, almost 400 for Durham.
Yeah, he's done a good job for Durham this year. Probably hasn't picked up the amount of wickets that he would like, but his economy rate's very reasonable. So just a little bit stuck on the crease there, pushes that one out into the covers. This one on the hip of Aya, still can't get that one away as Alex Lees pounces all over that one. Yeah, Parkinson, where are we? Callum Parkinson, 26 wickets so far this year, economy rate of 3.47. His strike rate is 86. So yeah, he'll be disappointed. And one thing he'll definitely be looking at is his brother sitting 1 wicket ahead of him. But his economy rate is 4.17. Definitely be chasing his brother in the wicket tallies this year. And that one's tucked away down fine as Holder gets around at fine leg and does the fielding. And they'll definitely have that battle pretty much to the death as Kent visit Durham for the last championship game here at the Seat Unique Riverside, the back end of September, which I'm sure will be an absolute spinner's delight by then. It'll probably be snowing and all sorts. Championship cricket, the last week of September going into October.
Aya finally off the mark there. 15th ball. He finally gets that single. Interesting to see how he might go from here now, whether he has been struggling. Is he going to try and put pressure back on the attack? He might get a chance to face up against Holder in the next over. Just a couple of balls to come here. Depends how Bohannon plays them, obviously. Bohannon hasn't faced rain for a while either.
Oh, he plays right across that and one off the toe of the bat. Josh Bohannon. Plenty of interest from behind the stumps. He just doesn't leave you alone, Ben Rain. 6.5 overs, 2 for 8 he has. And he'll be gutted there because that would have been his 5th maiden in a row. Well, not in a row, but in the innings coming up. So he conceded that one off higher, letting him get off the mark. Absolutely outstanding for Durham for a long period of time now, Ben Rain. And again, right on the money as Bohannon defends that one to mid-on to end over number 13, 34 for 2, Bohannon 22, and Iyer just off the mark on 1.
The rain perhaps coming down
Yeah.
slightly heavier again. I think the umpires might have a quick chat. I think Goff's checking a few things, but they're seemingly looking to continue here. Maybe a word with the captain. Borthwick perhaps having a little chat, but Holder's jumper is off, and he looks ready to go.
It's definitely in the air, isn't it?
Sort of a not quite heavy enough, I guess. It's sort of almost not quite a mist as well, somewhere in between that and a drizzle. I'll have to get our technical terms of rain out soon, Ash.
No, I'm with you there. I think that's a pretty good description. There's been a lot of that over the weekend. Yesterday, the whole day was pretty much like this.
Let's Holder to continue here his 3rd over. Into Iyer. Flicks off his legs there. And he's on to 2. 2 and 2 here from Iyer. He's absolutely flying now. That was his first ball he would have faced from Holder as well. He'd just been stuck down the other end against Rain, who had offered him absolutely nothing for the first few overs.
I tell you who's got a good job right now. Stevie up on the roof. Hope you're really enjoying it up there, mate. Maybe getting a tan with all them lights on up there.
Have to try and get a word and get some UV lights in. Holder continues. Flicked away there and no run in the end. Picks out Basdaleed, who was a slight celebration, I think, in jest, but looked almost quizzically at his skipper in the slips.
He's a good character, Basdaleed. See the man at point. I don't know if it is Ben Rain who's at mid-off. But point is very, very deep at the moment.
Onto the front foot there from Bohannon, but straight to the man at short extra. Alex Lees does really well there to get down low and gets a solid sort of block in almost on that one. And a lot of applause around from the fielders, celebrating the work he's done there.
It's a nice shot that again from Bohannon.
Nice high elbow just to get through. Holder will continue for the 4th ball of this over. Short again, and Bohannon carves it beautifully behind point there. It's going to run away for 4, it looks like. The slow outfield teasing the fielder, and he doesn't quite make it in the end. Brilliant shot there from Bohannon. Just opens the face and runs it down past backward point for 4. Just a reminder, you can get in touch with us either on the YouTube live stream if you're watching there or by email, which is streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk, or myself and Ash are both on X or Twitter. I'm Toby Reynolds 10 _, Ash is AshThorpe25. So feel free to drop us a message, any comments, questions, whatever you might have. Short again from Holder, this time defended by Bohannon.
So we've got some useless Durham stats, which I absolutely love, and this isn't useless at all. It says Ben Rain is the first bowler to claim wickets on the first ball of an innings in back-to-back first-class matches since Chris Rushworth in 2014 with their wickets against Somerset and Nottinghamshire. Rains, however, were the first off the first ball of each match. Outstanding stat, that. And Davy Fennick, I'll come on to that in a second.
Onto the front foot from Bohannon. He doesn't quite beat the man out at cover and just gets through for 1 in the end. Brilliant work in the deep there.
Betting him out there, he'll be disappointed because now his pristine white trousers don't look as clean. He'll be looking down. He'll probably change them at tee. David Fennick says, it's nice to have some play. Let's hope Durham can get the result required to dispel any fears of relegation. And on another note, I must be happy with Sunderland Football Club's start to the season. So, yeah, absolutely, mate. They're doing very well. Absolutely flying right now. North East doing well in football at the moment. It's good to see.
What do you make then of Durham in the relegation battle, do you think?
Yeah, I think they're just outside of that, but this, pending this result, really, I think this is pretty crucial. I think if Durham can avoid defeat here, I think that'll go a long way to securing First Division status.
Sort of a 36-pointer.
Yeah, well,
as you might call it.
It is. It's huge, isn't it? Lancashire probably more in need of the points than Durham. They'll be looking around at other results also, and I think you've got a fear for Kent, haven't you? They look kind of dead and buried down there. I'm going to see Matthew Potts back into the attack, as I thought would happen. He'll rotate around behind Ben Rain, whose first spell was 2 for 8 off 7 overs. Outstanding work again from Sunderland fan Ben Rain. Yeah, I got in trouble, Toby, for having a bit of a go at Sunderland. I couldn't really care less, but somebody bites at it, so it's worth it. It's Matthew Potts now into the attack. That's nicely defended, right on the money. First ball from Potts. But yeah, Sunderland absolutely flying at the top of the championship.
Was that on a previous live stream? Was that?
It was, yeah. This one fan in particular very touchy about any mention of anything against Sunderland.
Which team are you a fan of? Then?
I am a Newcastle man, mate. Yeah.
The black and white rather than the red and white.
Yeah, they've got off to, a flattering start to the season, really, on points wise. They've got a pretty good return. Performance wise, probably not so good as of yet. I'm sure they'll take 7 points from the first 3 games.
Yeah, a lot of
Who is that at mid-off? That is Village. He's got his jumper tied around his waist. Oh, gone. There's a big appeal. And it's not gone. Maybe it just flicked the back pocket of Bohannon as that one went through the keeper. Umpire Lloyd unmoved. Is it Beddingham there at mid-off?
I think so. That was the definition of a cellar appeal from Matt Potts, but he didn't even look disappointed when it was turned down.
Just having a look out there. So we've got an interesting predicament. If we can get the camera panning onto Alan Walker, who's at square leg. So I don't know if Michael Goff's had to go off the field for anything in particular, but Alan Walker currently doing square leg umpire duties. And that's tucked away nicely by Hannon. And it beats the dive of Deleda, but they'll just settle for one. Oh, Alan Walker's even striding across to get to square leg for the left-hander. Things you love to see. Speaking of football, Alan Walker, huge Huddersfield Town man. Goes and watches home and away when he can. Been around the Durham group for a long time now. Huge part of the furniture here at the Riverside.
He's in a slightly interesting outfit as well. He's not quite in the sort of white jacket. He's gone just for a pullover instead.
He might have Goffey's sleeveless on or something. As Potts now round the wicket to Aya, who again tries to punch off the back foot but has no timing. Out to Buster Leader, whose left leg is pretty much completely covered in mud from his sliding exploits in the field so far.
Matt Potts has had a great return to the attack here. Replaced Ben Rain, who was absolutely brilliant for his first few overs. Potts round the wicket to Aya. Hasn't offered much so far.
That's nicely driven by Aya. Bit of timing there through the covers. And he'll pick up a couple. He's just eased onto the front foot there. Nice and languid, isn't he? The big, tall left-hander from India. Just places that nicely and picks up a couple.
Yeah, just fraction full there from Potts and allows Aya to get onto the front foot. Yeah, he's a tall guy here, Aya, looks like, but he's not got a huge stride forward either. I assume that's probably from coming up in sort of slow, low conditions in India.
Probably trusting the bounce, yeah. Not a lot of lateral movement. He triggers right back towards his stumps and defends this one out to the offside. So that ends the over for Matthew Potts. his 5th over. He has none for 11. Lancashire, after 15 overs, are 43 for 2. Josh Bohannon on 28. Venkatesh Iyer on 4. As these two will look to build a partnership. Umpire Michael Goff is back in the house. Might have been a little pit stop there for Michael. And umpire Alan Walker leaves the field with helmet, with another man's jumper. He's doing a great job there, Wack. Well done, mate.
He's getting a round of applause, perhaps, as well from the fans.
He is.
It's a brilliant spell from him.
He's a man of many talents, Alan Walker. He was putting up flower baskets and that around the ground earlier this year. He was doing a bit of DIY in the memorial garden out the front. As long as doing a bit of coaching every now and then. And now's a bit of umpiring. What a guy.
Can do whatever he wants. As Baz, the leader, here comes into the attack for the first time in the game, replacing Shamar Holder. Josh Bohannon to face up against the Dutchman. Short there and punished here, but a brilliant diving stop there at point. Fraction short from Delhi, just allows Bohannon to throw his hands at it.
It's a great bit of fielding, that from David Bellingham. Without jumper around his waist.
Just loosened him up, I think. Bit of extra flexibility.
Be disappointed there, Bohannon. I probably thought he had 4 off the bat.
It's unlucky, really. It was brilliant fielding and perhaps just slow when it first hits the turf. Flick off the legs there from Iyer. They're going to push for 2. They're not going to get it, though. Bellingham gets round to stop them coming back for a second.
Interesting throwing style at the moment for Bellingham. Just protecting his shoulder. Injured it. Doing weights last year. Now, unless he really has to, he's got an interesting throwing style. A little bit underarm, big flick of the wrist. So we have a bit of blue sky around for the first time today.
Onto the back foot there from Bohannon, but finds Lees a short extra cover. Yeah, might be turning into a batting day.
Yeah, you never know. Especially with this ball, you get through. I think the first hour is so vital with these Kookaburra balls, and Lancashire are just through that first hour now, losing 2 wickets. And batting will definitely become easier on this pitch and with this Kookaburra ball.
Ooh, inside edge there from Bohannon. Tries to work it away through the offside again. Sort of a lot of runs so far through sort of that cover point region, but can't quite get that one away. Just sort of bottom edge straight into the floor.
Maybe a little bit cramped for room on that occasion from Deleda. Wouldn't be surprised to see the lights turned off here.
Yeah, I think just got that one to move in very slightly. With a bit of in swing there from Deleda. 2 balls to come. Full and straight this time. And no run yet again.
This has been good from Bohannon. He looks really busy and really positive at the crease. All his footwork seems to be in good order. Seems to have lovely rhythm with his hands. And he's looked to cash in on anything that hasn't been straight. Durham have bowled pretty well so far, but what he has done is he's cashed on anything, especially from Holder when he came into the attack. Offered him a couple of loose ones and he put them away.
Finds the outside edge there, Deleda, but played nicely. Just soft hands from Bohannon, and he'll come back for 2 again. There's been a huge number of 2 so far in this match. Just the slow outfield, stopping anything. There's a slight tumble there.
Colin Ackerman
Ends up on the floor.
Might blame it on lack of sleep, but he did pouch the ball and then tripped himself over as he now runs through with a big smile on his face. You feel this is an important partnership here. You've got the likes of Hurst and Bell, and then you're into the all-rounders of Balderson and Hartley.
Yeah, it's a young line-up still to come as well.
Especially in that middle order, isn't it? There's a lot of experience at the top.
20-year-old Matty Hurst, 21, George Bell, Balderson and Hartley, I think 23 as well.
And you've got Aspinwall, who's probably, 18, 19 at the moment?
Debuted
19?
early this season.
Yeah. That's a gorgeous shot there. Stands up tall, Iyer, and punches it through the offside. He'll collect a couple as McKinney threatened to dive. And then decided that wasn't worth it. Lancashire move on now to 49 for 2. And batting in the last few overs has just looked a little bit easier. Clouds got different shades of grey, different shades of blue in the sky.
Much lighter now, though. They're going to have to look to cash in here, I think, Lancashire.
Iyer comfortably under the front foot there. Starting to move his feet a lot better now. Could have been gone first ball. Looked a pretty good shout. Umpire Lloyd deemed that wasn't out. Much to the bemusement of Ben Rain and the Durham fielders.
Are we hoping to cash in here? Struggled early on in the season.
Just a little change in the field there. Alex Lees, you've seen just crossing your screen there, has gone into a catching position in the covers. And Ben Rain and Bustelier have just squared off a little bit. That one's nicely played with an open face of the bat by Iyer. Down to Deleder at backward point.
It's an interesting wagon wheel, I reckon, for Iyer so far, or wagon line, I guess. Just almost everything through sort of backward point to extra cover, really. Even off the back foot, he's played nicely through that region as well. He's flicked a couple off his pads, but looking to play a lot of it through the offsides.
And that is gone. Matthew Potts with the breakthrough. Finds the outside edge. Flies through to Robinson. Real effort ball that from Potts. And Durham pick up wicket number 3. Venkatesh Iyer gone for 7. Caught by Ollie Robinson off the bowling of Matthew Potts. And Lancashire now 49 for 3.
Yeah, great ball from Potts. She's got it to nip away very slightly from Iyer, and he just pushes his hands at it. Doesn't quite get forward enough, as he hasn't done throughout this innings as well. And just a thin edge here to Ollie Robinson, and a simple catch. Just waist high.
It was comfortable height, wasn't it? Just playing away from his body there, Iyer. I think you mentioned it earlier, probably brought up, and a lot of white ball cricket likes to feel bat on ball. But you feel that's a big wicket for Durham, and that brings in young Matthew Hurst, who will be batting at 5.
It's an exciting prospect. Hurst, just 20 years old.
Yeah, he's been picked up in the Big Bash as well, hasn't he, along with skipper Keaton Jennings. Off to the Perth Scorchers, my favourite team.
Had a great 100 with the originals this year, opened the batting.
Yeah, he did. He burst onto the scene, didn't he? They were probably rocked by injuries, with Joss Butler not being part of that group, and he took his opportunity really well. There was an innings in particular that I saw at Headingley where he batted beautifully against the Northern Superchargers. But he's got a lot of work to do here. Lancashire in a little bit of trouble early. Big toss to win for Durham. Having put Lancashire in, they've picked up 3 early wickets. 49 for 3. Luke Wells, the first man to go. He was caught behind by Robinson off the bowling of Ben Rain. First ball of the innings, first ball of the match. Then Keaton Jennings was the second man to go. He went for 9, bowled by Ben Rain with a beauty that just nipped away from him and clipped the outside of the off stump. And then Venkatesh Iyer goes off the last ball we've seen there, caught by Robinson off the bowling of Potts. Just flirting at one outside off stump and nicking it through to the keeper. Hurst now on strike, first ball. And Potts again beats the outside edge with some real effort and some venom there. That one carrying through to Robinson at around chest height behind the stumps. Borthwick immediately wants a third slip in place. And Potts looks like he's found some real rhythm here in the last few balls.
Yeah, I think the change of ends really helped him. He looked good early on, but perhaps not at sort of full pace, and now it's absolutely flying through to Robinson as Lees joins the cordon. I think, is that Beddingham moving into a catching mid-wicket?
That'll be McKinney.
Yeah.
The long one. And that one is defended off the thick inside edge to McKinney, and that ends. An excellent over from Potts, picking up the breakthrough. Venkatesh Iyer caught behind for 7. And Lancashire finish over number 17, 49 for 3.
6 overs so far from Potts, and just the 13 runs from it. Finally getting the wicket. Deleder will continue from this end. And Hurst and Bohannon at the crease. They're going to have to put on a good partnership here. Hurst has had a good season so far for Lancashire, but hasn't quite been able to convert into any massive totals, just the 100s this season, 350s as well. But he's top scored a lot of times for Lancashire coming in down the order, been slowly moving up the line as well. Started at sort of number 7, number 8, now in at number 5, facing Baz the leader. Onto the back foot, just defends nicely. As he'll be feeling, no doubt, some pressure here alongside Bohannon in what is a crucial relegation battle here between Lancashire and Durham. Lancashire really need a win, any points really, to try and close the gap to Nottingham. And defended again.
It's good from Bus, right on the money. It's important that you talk about batting in partnerships. Bowlers need to bowl in partnerships here. And all the bowling so far from the Lumley end has been right on point. A couple of loose overs, you would have to say, from Shimmer Holder on debut so far. He's gone for 24 off his 3. I'm sure he'll bounce back.
Oh, and whistles past the outside edge there from the leader. Just turns completely square there, Matt Hurst. Just squared up and doesn't lay a bat on it at all. Just nips away, I think, there from the Dutchman.
Bygoff just having a close inspection of the front line there.
Yeah, brilliant ball from the leader. He's, after a loosener early on, has settled into a really nice rhythm. Another dot ball, 4 in a row here from the leader.
It's been a good over so far from Bus. Right on the money, really challenging Josh Bohannon, who's looked excellent so far this morning. Looked in really good order. Feet are working well, lots of intent, looking to score. What's been a pretty tricky morning so far.
Flicked away there nicely from Hurst. They're going to scamper through for 2, it looks like here. And they do comfortably in the end, as he gets off the mark. Bohannon, that is, sorry. Yeah. And 50 up for Lancashire. 17.5 overs. Just shy of an hour and a half.
Similar in stature, using the same kit. They please, them numbers are massive on the back of their shirts because they are really difficult to tell apart otherwise.
Numbers aren't too dissimilar as well, 20 and 21. A lovely shot there from Bohannon, just pierces the offside there to pick up another boundary. Brilliant shot there from Bohannon.
Yeah, lovely flow of the bat, led his hands right through that ball, hit it on the up, and there's pretty stacked field there on the offside, and that raced away for 4. Great batting from Josh Bohannon, who's looking really good here. He's moved on to 37 with his 5th boundary. That's a nice way to end the over there. For Lancashire, 55 now for 3. And that's what they've got to do. They've got to keep transferring this pressure back onto the Durham bowlers, giving Scott Borthwick a little bit of a headache because he won't like leaking runs from one end. Bust the leader there. Disappointed going for 4 there off the last ball of that over. Well, up until that point, it was a very good over. Potts is going to continue from the Lumley end. 3 slips waiting. Hurst solid in defence.
Really nice shot that from Hurst.
Sometimes all you need is a really nice forward defence. Might be old school, but that was beautifully played. Played it right under his eyes.
Just textbook. Any kids out there, that's exactly how you want to do it.
Not only the kids, any of you old guys out there that are still playing, that's how you do it. That one nips back off the seam, and Potts oohs and ahs. That was an excellent leave, that from Hurst. To all of our Lancashire listeners and viewers, we will apologise. Well, I in particular will apologise because I'm probably the most biased commentator that is going out there. But this is a good battle so far this morning, and Lancashire have done well. I keep saying this morning because it's the first session. It's 2:10. But this is a really, really big phase going in this next hour up until the tea break. Nice full face of the bat again from Hurst. Potts threatens to throw it back at him, and Hurst just bit of swagger, bit of a rock of the shoulders and a smile at Potts, who didn't seem the best pleased at that from the young man. Like to see it. But just a reminder that tea will be taking at 3:10, as we didn't start today until 1:50. Potts just bangs that one in. Nicely played again by Hurst.
He's really ramping up the pace here, it looks like, Potts.
Yeah, he looks like he's in good rhythm.
I'm sure a few wickets here will do as England hopes some help, which will be nice to see. Had a good summer so far for them. And a good summer so far for Durham as well.
Yeah.
21 wickets. As he defended there from Hurst. 21 wickets at an average of just under 34. Played only the 7 games though, Matt Potts. Obviously been playing for England quite a bit.
He's been in and around that squad, hasn't he? And it'll frustrate him not playing. He's a bowler that needs to keep bowling for his rhythm. So it normally takes him a little while to get into his work if he hasn't played for a bit. He looks in excellent rhythm there as that finds the outside edge but doesn't carry through to Alex Lees, who does well to stop it at third slip. That ends an excellent maiden over for Matthew Potts. Currently has figures of 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13.
7th maiden of the game so far. Just 19 overs in, and and almost half of them have been maidens.
Yeah.
Some great so far from Durham. Rain, 4 of them. Potts has a couple. Leader could have had 1 last over if it wasn't for a gorgeous cover drive from Josh Bohannon. I think Delayder's bowled well so far, and we'll be hoping to continue it. 2 slips in. Man catching a short mid-wicket, and 2 men out on the leg side as well, in case he drops 1 short. Bohannon faces up. And another dot ball. Just dribbles to Ben Rain at mid-off. Dutchman will continue here. 55 for 3 Lancashire. Slight outside edge there from Bohannon, but plays it well. He was batted beautifully so far for his 37.
Yeah, he's looking good, isn't he?
I think as you mentioned so far, Ash, he's just latching on to anything that isn't right on that top of off stump. So he's any width, anything short, and he's scored from basically everything. He could have had a few more as well if it wasn't for the slow outfield.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another dot ball here. It's a great line from the leader in particular. Just not allowing anything, any width after that first over, first few balls, where he's sort of building into it. And yeah, you're not going to get your full money for the shots here with the slow outfield, as we've mentioned. It's been raining all morning, a lot of yesterday as well. It's a slow outfield. A lot of noise there from the slips. They're happy with how Deleda's bowling, and he should be too. 4 dots in a row now.
Yeah, and this is where he did well in the last over with these last 2 balls. Went for runs, went for a 2 and a 4, so he'll be looking to finish this over. Not necessarily as crucial as white ball cricket where you're trying to get out of the over, but he'll just want to keep creating that pressure for Matthew Potts at the other end.
Short ball there from Deleda, nicely ducked from Bohannon.
It's about the first one we've seen today, isn't it, a bouncer?
First proper one, definitely. I think perhaps because it's been so seamer friendly, they've wanted to get the ball up as much as they can, get it swinging, get it seaming.
Yeah, bang on.
But I don't mind seeing that. You know, got to keep Bohannon guessing, keep Hurst guessing.
Does bowl a slippery bouncer as well, Buster Lader. It's a good one, right on the money.
Final ball of the over here. And that is the maiden. Brilliant from Deleda. Gets through that one without conceding a run. And that's 2 in a row now for Durham. Potts up first. Now Deleda.
Yeah, that'll make him feel good. And it will also please his captain, because what you want to do is to build pressure from both ends. And so far, I've just leaked a little bit when Potts and Rain haven't been bowling. There's been a little bit of a release of pressure. Up until that point, the 5 overs that Holder and Deleda had bowled had gone for 34 runs. So that's a crucial maiden there, just to keep Durham right in the hunt here for more wickets. 55 for 3. It just makes you feel as that new batter who's yet to get off the mark, where are my runs going to come from? Potted again on the money. Arms in the air from the cordon and the keeper. Nine balls now for Hurst. Yet to get off the mark.
Seemingly a bit of a trend. Venkatesh Iyer as well. I think it took 15th ball.
Yeah,
he finally made it off 0. It just shows how tight, in particular. I mean, he was facing up to Ben Rain, Matt Potts similarly.
A little tempter from Potts there. Wide outside the off stump, but Hurst allows that one through to the keeper.
Doesn't seem phased at all by not scoring yet, however, though. Hurst, which I think's a great sign. He's not, no sort of frenzy, no fanaticism around him.
He's pretty calm and composed, isn't he, so far, in his brief stay at the crease. Potts finds the edge again, and Lees does brilliantly at third slip to prevent that from going for 4. And that again just keeps the pressure on, and his fielders all around him give him high fives, because that was excellent work from Alex Lees.
Yeah, good strong hand there to stop it. Just squared up very slightly again though, Hurst. He's had that a couple of times, I think, with Potts just angling it in as he does, and slight movement away. Blue skies are coming out though, so Durham will need to try and make some headway with this Kookaburra ball, which is notorious for being tough to bowl with the longer it goes on.
Right on the money again from Potts. No let up here from this Durham pair at the moment. Potts and Deleda working in partnership. And Lancashire all of a sudden finding it tough to score. Bohannon, he's 37 from 64. And Hurst now still yet to get off the mark. A thick inside edge this time as the arms are up in the air again. A bit of theatre being created from the Durham fielders. And just a little word from Bohannon is going to come down and just tell Hurst everything's okay. Bohannon's just going to get some gloves at the end of the over, just asking Scott Borthwick if that's okay. Permission granted from the Durham captain.
You wonder how often that might be declined.
Yeah.
There'd be some mind games going on there.
Very rarely, I would have thought.
Maybe late on day 4, someone's hunting for a win.
And Potts on the money again, and that's good fielding from Parkinson there, and the covers preventing a single and Hurst getting off the mark, and that's a third maiden in a row now for Durham, as Potts has 1 for 13 from 8, and Lancashire end over number 21 on 55 for 3. Great shot up there. Ross and Stevie now downstairs have switched over. Obviously Stevie couldn't hack it upstairs on the roof. You can see a bit of blue sky there away to the north. In fact, there's a bit of blue sky all the way around us for the first time today. There's a change of gloves for Bohannon, who's worked very, very hard so far for his 37, been the pick of the batters by a mile with his organised footwork and intent to score.
Yeah, 3 maidens in a row has been great so far. 2 from Potts, delayed here. Maiden last over. Bowled tight the over before, albeit a couple loose ones at the end.
Magic number, they reckon, doesn't it? 3 maidens, they reckon, just about brings a wicket.
We'll see here, I guess. Bohannon facing up here, 37 he's on at the moment. Short one, drops back and they're going to scamper through for single. First run in 3 and a bit overs now.
It's a nice shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, fraction short, but picked up nice and early from Bohannon and just pulls that one through to sort of a forward square leg. Around the country, Essex are currently 98 for 4. Tom Wesley 41 not out. And a couple wickets for Robert Lord. Alongside Luke Fletcher and Lyndon James. Brasdalida continues here. Flicked nicely into the leg side, but not going to pick up anything this time. Somerset 155 for 4 in a top of the table clash against Surrey. Down at Taunton, where Durham played last week. Absolutely turned from early on that one. Tom Banton's currently 39, not out. 44 from Archie Vaughan opening the batting. A few runs for him. Onto the front foot there nicely from Bohannon. Wicket shared around Roach, Worrell, Shakib, who's come in just for the one game. Monster signing there. And Jordan Clark as well has picked up one. Yeah. What do you make of that, Ash? The fact that Surrey have picked up?
They struggle for resources, don't they? Surrey really struggle. Picking up one of the best all-rounders in world cricket. But what I don't like is that I think Amir Verdi's out on loan, and then they've brought in another spinner. But it is what it is. When you're Surrey, I think you can pretty much do what you want.
Beats the outside edge there nicely from Brasdalida. They are missing 6 or 7 players to England, I think.
They are,
it's a tough one.
fair.
Tom Curran's played his first Red Bull game in 2 years, over 2 years, I think. Having, I think, officially retired from it. But maybe not anymore. Hampshire 77 for 2 against Kent. Another dot ball. James Vince at the crease, as he always seems to be whenever Hampshire are playing. 30 off 30, not out.
Very true.
Had a great 100 for the Southern Brave. Seemingly a great innings so far and a great season for Hampshire generally. And the final game of Division 1, Worcestershire Warwickshire, West Midlands Derby. 147 for Worcestershire, 5 down after a miraculous win against Essex with Amar Verdi at the front of that last week. Brett D'Oliveira 36 not out right now. Couple wickets apiece for Hannon Dolby and Ed Barnard. And then Division 2 where there are wickets galore. We've already touched on it earlier. Leicestershire 98 all out inside the first session. Not what you really want. Yorkshire, however, 38 for 3, which I'm sure Leicestershire will be happy about. Middlesex 188 for 4.
Not sure if you just saw on the screen there, down at the very bottom, in the woolly hat, it's batting coach James Hilditch, but just to his left, I believe that's new signing Emilio Gay, who's spending a bit of time up in the northeast this week. Oh, Potts edges in between keeper and first slip, and much to his disgust, Bohannon gets a bit of a life as that runs away for 4. Hugely disappointing moment for Matthew Potts and Durham.
Yeah, it's a tough one there. He finally gets an edge and just flies away. They're perhaps slightly wider than they would have been in previous overs with just the 2 slips. And a diving to his left there, can't quite get there. Can the captain, Scott Borthwick?
Yeah, you've got to feel that that's a catch for the keeper, with it being in between him and first slip. That one's defended out into the offside. But just to get really technical there, I just watched the replay and Ollie Robinson just took a slight step to his left, which means that he was then stuck, that he couldn't then transfer his weight back to his right and then dive for the ball, because that is 100% his catch. Scott Borthwick, as a first slip, you should never really take them on your left-hand side. And Ollie will be disappointed with that one. Not as disappointed as Matthew Potts, however, who's bowled really well and deserved to get a second wicket. A little bit of a leading edge, but Bohannon races through for a single. That's outstanding running from the little Lancashire batsman, who's probably earned a little bit of luck, if you're totally honest with you. He's batted nicely. He moves on to 43 now. And that will bring Hurst back onto strike, who's still yet to get off the mark. He's 19 balls deep at the moment in his innings, and yet to escape the claws of Durham's attack, whether that be Matthew Potts or Bustaleda. And right on the money, Potts again.
Yeah, I think from memory that's the first sort of real chance Bohannon's offered. He's had a few LBW shouts. I mean, generally a bit high on the back thigh pad, but it's the first mistake he's seemingly made, having batted really well so far. Latched on to any poor bowling, and there was a fair bit of that early on in his innings, and he sort of rocketed to 43 without real effort.
Still unable to get off the mark. Potts has been pretty relentless in that line and length outside off stump. Potts 1 for 18. Coming to the end of his 9th over now. 61 for 3 Lancs. Bohannon definitely the star of the show with the bat, with 43 not out from 68. Has a bit of a life in this over as he's edged one between first slip and the keeper, Ollie Robinson. Matthew Potts again on the money. Excellent over that from Matthew Potts. Absolutely outstanding over, an outstanding spell this from the Durham paceman. He has 1 for 18 from 9.
Yeah, some top bowling so far from Durham. Deleda will continue, and he could have had that wicket there. Just found the edge of Josh Bohannon, but was unable to find the hands of Scott Borthwick or Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. Still the 2 men out on the leg side here for Durham. Obviously knowing that the short ball from Deleda's a dangerous one. He's got a bit of pace behind him. 3 in on the offside and a catching mid-wicket as well. Plus 2 slips. Comes in here against Josh Bohannon. Almost gets that one to jag back onto the pad, but Bohannon just about gets an inside edge on that one. Four overs and 11 runs so far from Deleda. 1 maiden, not quite found a breakthrough yet, however, but he has bowled very, very nicely. And yet again, straight and full, attacking the stumps. And another dot ball here. No width on offer from Deleda. It's just 24. the Dutchman. Oh, and he's been hit on the thigh pad there, Bohannon, but yet again, going to be too high, I think. Sort of muted appeal from behind the stumps. Yeah, he's only 24, the leader, but he's already played a fair bit of cricket. Almost 100 international matches, ODIs and T20s for the Dutch. And he's probably not played as many as he could have done as well. With a lot clashing with some Durham fixtures. Fourth dot ball in a row here.
Yeah, it's really good from Delayder, backing up the tough work that Potcher's doing as well. Working as a pair. Let's just have a look at this partnership. The last 5 overs, they've only scored 6 runs, and 4 of those runs was off that edge in between keeper and first slip in the last over. So outstanding work from this pair.
Yeah, it's been really miserly from Durham, really good, offering no easy runs, particularly with a tough outfield. It's really what they need. Slight inside edge there. Big booming drive from Bohannon, but doesn't connect.
Tell you what, it's going to be a long last session. Tee to be taken at 10 past 3. And then if you have a look at that graphic at the bottom, there's still 54 overs remaining after this one in the day. Not sure we'll get all of those overs in, but it's going to be a long shift.
Yeah, very much so. I think poor light might curtail play slightly. Flicked into the leg side there from Bohannon to keep strike for the next over. As that is just one from it in the end. And another great one from Bazaleed. Probably slightly disappointed he couldn't get another maiden. But either way, he'll continue next over, I'm sure, and has looked good so far.
Well, Potter's going to come out of the attack now. That's been an excellent spell from him. It was a 5 over spell that took 1 for 10 with 2 maidens, and Ben Rain is going to take up the attack from the Lumley end. Ben Rain been absolutely outstanding so far today. He has 7 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 8. And you've certainly got to look at the 12 overs that have been bowled from that Lumley end have been absolutely superb between the two of them.
Matt Hurst still on 0, just standing on his bat at the non-striker's end here. Not caring the world, it seems.
Defended by Bohannon.
And there's no way that Ben Rain's going to give him anything easy if and when he does face up.
It's 12 overs, 3 for 18 from the Lumley end. Outstanding work from this pair.
It's brilliant, yeah. Slight shame it's not been matched from the other end, perhaps, so much. I mean, recently Deleeder's been great. Not allowed a huge amount, but a couple of overs from Shamar Holder were slightly too loose, I'm sure, for Durham's liking.
Ben Rain, as you would expect, right on the money with his first 2 deliveries of the spell. If you throw into that missed chance, which cost 4 runs, so that could have been another wicket and 4 less runs. And maybe that LBW shout earlier in the day as well. William Dobson's just telling us T is at 3:15, not 3:10. Thanks for that, William.
Slightly shorter final session then.
Yeah, by 5 minutes. And there's a thick outside edge, and it's a quick single. Oh, and a chance of a run out from Delayder. Doing the fielding, and a bit of a misfield from Holder will allow Bohannon to come back for a second run. So what almost looked a run out chance has turned into 2 runs for Bohannon.
I think a direct hit and Hurst would have been struggling there. And in the end ends up at the other end. Still at the crease.
It's just what you want, isn't it? After soaking up 22 balls is to be run out. He's having a little stretch there, Hurst, as well, at the non-striker's end. Ben Rain, beautiful areas.
Yeah, he's picked up where he left off here, Rain. I mean, if it wasn't for an overthrow, he could have even had the run out and would have had 4 dots in a row, having bowled brilliantly earlier on with that newer ball.
Bohannon thinking about a single. Matthew Potts trying to encourage that. Yeah, it's been great work, Rob Rush. Hope you're well, mate, down in Hampshire. Pleased to see you watching on. As is Sam Darling. A couple of the guys who have been a huge part of the commentary team over this season. And again, thinking about a single, but another dot ball to end the over. Another good one from Ben Rain. Lancashire now 64 for 3. Ben Rain 8 overs, 2 for 10. Matthew Potts 9 overs, 1 for 18. Holder on debut, none for 24 from 3. And Bastilleda coming to the back of a spell. In fact, it is going to be Holder's going to bowl his second spell. He's going to have Matthew Hurst in his sights. So Hurst to be thinking about opportunity to score here if anything from Holder's first spell is to go on. And Holder will be looking to pick up a wicket and make an impact here on his Durham debut here at the Seat Unique Riverside. Signed last week. The young Bayesian. 1 test match under his belt. Be looking to make an immediate impact here. Well, it's not a bad little afternoon now. Weather seems to be probably as good as it's been all day. And he is right on the money, and Hurst thinking, why to me? Why does everybody keep bowling beautiful length balls at the top of off stump to me?
Yeah, having been very loose in his first spell, Holder. He's on it straight away this time. And yeah, offers Matt Hurst absolutely nothing. I'm sure Hurst will be hoping to move off 0. 23 balls he's faced so far. Look to
get off the mark there with a punch, but can't beat Deleda at backward point. It's a good spell that from Bastilleda. Yeah, he really grew into it, I think, didn't he? He sort of started almost where Kimmer Holder left off with a few looseners, and then really grew into it, and by the end was bowling exactly how Borthwick and the Durham side would have wanted him to. As Holder does continue here, and left alone this time by Matt Hurst. Yeah, better start this from Holder. So make him feel better about life in general. Almost just sort of seemed like he needed a few overs to get used to England and English conditions, and now he's here and he's ready to go. I'm sure we'll see him start to ramp up the pace as it goes on as well. Got a couple catching on the leg side as well. And Matt Hurst picks one of them out on the floor, however. And a sort of pirouette there from Alex Lees. So graceful. Just loops the ball back into Willie Robinson. Having a laugh about it as well with Callum Parkinson. Or about something anyway. And driven nicely there. And he's off the mark. Finally, Matt Hurst with a beautiful shot there for 4 runs through the offside. For a second, I thought he'd taken his helmet off there to celebrate, but it was just Josh Bohannon wiping his brow. That would have been a huge celebration, getting off the mark. Although it has taken 27 balls, and it was a glorious shot to get there. Just fraction full from Shamar Holder and Matt Hurst. Not making a mistake this time, and pierces the gap. And another dot ball to finish off the over. Much better return here from Shamar Holder after a poor opening spell
he's back on the money, and other than one slightly over-pitched ball there, manages to escape with just 4 from the over.
Just a reminder, if you want to get in touch with us via email, it's streaming@durhamcricket.co.uk. If you want to do it via X, you can contact me, ashthorpe25, or you get Toby Reynolds 10 with a little underscore at the end, Tobe.
Yeah, just to confuse everyone as much as I can. Obviously a popular name.
Ben Rain is going to continue from the Lumley end. And again, right on the money. How many times do you say that? You could literally put a tape recording on and just press repeat. Play again and again and again. Ben Rain, right on the money.
I think that's perfectly shown up by the fact he's barely gone for a boundary as well.
Yeah.
I don't think he's on for any, is he? Oh, I guess the one that's was it off it? No, it was Matt Potts that was nicked through for 4, wasn't it?
Jennings flicked one early doors through square leg for 4, but apart from that, I don't think he has.
Was a helmet is being called on again, perhaps?
Yeah, I think you're right. 12th man duties. In fact, Daniel Hoggle launches it down the stairs and Callum Parkinson will do the duty of bringing it onto Ollie Robinson. And Hoggle run up under the heater, back on the balcony.
Yeah, Bahan will be forced back into his crease now. 46 off 81, he's been batting nicely so far. It's another good move from this Durham side, just trying to keep Lancashire under wraps here. 68 for 3 right now.
Yeah, it's good work from Durham. Smothering at the moment. Bohannon, thick inside edge out into Shimmer Holder at mid-wicket.
Just immediately works, you can already see with the keeper standing up, just makes Bohannon slightly more unsure about how to play. He can't get too far forward, can't stand out of his crease, so just allows Ben Rain to hit that nagging length and just raises questions for Bohannon with the ball nipping around still.
That one beats the outside edge, much to the moans and groans of the slips behind Ollie Robinson. Nicely taken.
Yeah, exactly what we're talking about. The first one nipped in, that one just away slightly, and now Bohannon's probably not really sure which way it's going, and can't really risk coming down the pitch to try and hit Rain off his length without huge risk of dismissal.
He drives but can't beat Toledo. It tumbles away to his left. Prevents that from going for any runs. Tap on the shoulder from Colin Ackerman in appreciation.
Yeah, it's great work there from Toledo. Just down nicely, keeping the pressure on, not allowing Bohannon anything. It's obviously what Durham have focused on so far, just trying to minimise the scoring where possible. And wickets have followed.
Bang on the money from Ben Rain. One ball away from maiden over number 5 to go along with his 2 wickets for 10 runs. 2 slips in place. A backward point, a cover point. Alex Lee's quite close there. Just about catching at cover. Bellingham at mid-off. That's driven to Alex Lees. And William Dobson will put another dot in the scorebook because that ends the over. Ben Rain's 9th over. 5 maidens, 2 for 10. Lancashire after 27 overs are 68 for 3. Absolutely outstanding stuff from Ben Rain.
Just 5 scoring shots off him at the moment. Couple boundaries. Jennings, as you mentioned earlier, just not allowing anything and getting the ball still to nibble around, which is great to see. I mean, Kookaburra's going to go old early doors, it looks like, and there's been a lot of troubles with results this season so far when the kickover is being used. This holder will continue. And you'd think if the more early wickets they can get, the better, particularly as the pitch seemingly seems to be quite a good one. So it's no huge issues here so far for Durham, but a long spell without wickets, and I'm sure they'll start to question it perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. Need to keep the runs tight and create pressure, and hopefully that can build more wickets from a Durham point of view.
Driven nicely there, pierces the gap again, Matt Hurst. The lovely cover drive is going to just about trickle away to the boundary, teasing the fielders there, wanting to chase that down. Matt Potts, I think that was, tempted the whole way, but unable to get there in the end. Fraction full again.
Yeah, just slightly over pitch and a bit of width. Holder just struggling to create pressure from his end. And that was a wide half volley that was well put away from Hurst. Parkinson just letting Captain Scott Borthwick know that I am available if you need me.
Follows up well, at least. Great recovery there from Holder. Yeah, I can just imagine Borthwick to Parkinson saying, I'll have a go first and see how Parkinson reacts to that one.
Nah, he's not that kind of guy. Scott does love to bowl, but probably underbowls himself a little bit with being captain. You tend to do that.
It's one or the other, isn't it? You either take the new ball.
Yeah, there is a few that do the opposite, that is for sure.
More solid defence again from Matt Hurst.
Yeah, he'd be more comfortable now. A couple of boundaries under his belt. He's on 8. Bohannon just 4 away from a well-deserved 50. That one blemish that you'd have to say the edge between keeper and slip is a missed opportunity for Durham.
Three dots and a 4 so far from this over. Full again this time, and it's the same result as the previous boundary. Brilliant shot from Matt Hurst. Just opens the vase, and 2 full again from Kumar Holder. And it's another boundary.
Yeah, this will frustrate his captain. He'll be at first slip. He'll want Holder to get into the game, but also what you don't want him to do is to let this scoreboard start to run away. This partnership already now starting to build.
I think it's great from the Lancashire batters really to try and put pressure on him, knowing that there are still 3 other seamers. Maybe try and force an early move for Parkinson to come on. Dot ball to finish up there from Holder.
This partnership already up to 27 between Hurst and Bohannon. And Hurst has 3 boundaries in his 12 of 33 balls. Been very patient. Took him a long time to get off the mark. Has cashed in on 3 pretty much identical shots through the cover point region off Holder for 4 to get his innings underway. Bohannon 46 from 86. In the last 5 overs, Josh Bohannon has only scored 3. So that shows which end he's been at.
Yeah, I mean,
been keeping Ben Rain at bay. He's going to continue now from the Lumley end. Oh, and that beats everything, and I think it's off the back hip, isn't it? There's a huge appeal from Durham. Absolutely huge appeal. And Ben Rain again can't believe it. I think that's hit the back hip of Bohannon. It's a magnificent take from Ollie Robinson behind the stumps.
yeah, just
But Toby and I now
trying to work out what's happened there.
Yeah.
It's a brilliant ball from Ben Rain.
I think that's a brilliant decision from umpire Lloyd. I think that's flicked the back hip or the back pocket of Bohannon.
Every single Durham player there went up. I think they were all convinced. But as you say, it could be a great decision.
And this one nips back in, which is too high. Ben Rain. Vociferous is the word I'm looking at. That was an aggressive appeal. But never in the right area. That good pressure from Ben Rain. Bohannon's looked quite comfortable and he's now probably in a little bit of a rut here.
I think just the return of rain has halted him in his track slightly.
Yeah, got a couple of good overs from Potts as well, hasn't he?
Mm. He needs to get down the other end really to keep scoring.
Oh, Ben Rain, beautiful bowling, line and length. Right in the contest, as usual, Ben Rain. Creating all sorts of problems for both of these batsmen. In particular, Bohannon, who just seems to be stuck at Ben Rain's end. Hurst seems quite happy sitting at the other end. I don't blame him one bit.
Just a role reversal almost from when Hurst first came in. He was stuck down facing Potts and Rain, and while Bohannon was cashing in against Holder and early on against the leader.
It's nicely played this time out to McKinney in the covers.
Just offering no width here from Rain. I think it's been crucial, really attacking the stump slightly and just hitting a sort of great length every ball. You can sort of see the difference between him and Holder. Holder's been too wide too often, and even when he hasn't been short, you can still get on top of it, and Hurst has nicely in the last couple of overs, and Bohannon before. Just latching on to any slightly off length, off line balls.
One's driven this time by Rain. Sorry, by Bohannon off Rain out into the covers, but this is magnificent work from Ben Rain. Again, one ball away from another maiden over, which would be his 6th out of 10.
It's just a shame that the other end's been a bit loose. Shimar Holder's given away 36 runs compared to 40 from the other 3 bowlers combined.
Oh, and it's an inside edge that ruins the attempt of a maiden order, and that's incredible running from Bohannon. He is rapid between the wickets. He gets back for 2 and moves on to 48 not out. But that ends another fantastic over from Ben Rain. He has 2 for 12 from 10. Lancashire now 78 for 3. Bohannon just 2 away now from a well-deserved half century. He's fighting hard.
Yeah, it's been great work from Durham so far. Just about 3 hours, 2 hours, sorry, into the game. Another 20 odd minutes until the tea break. They'll have to work hard here for the final few overs. Try and stop Lancashire making any headway, which they've slowly been starting to do. Shimar Holder will continue. Matt Hurst will be on strike again. They've sent a man out to that cover boundary where Hurst has scored all 12 of his runs. Short here from Holder, and Hurst just sways out the way.
Yeah, don't mind that option there from Holder. Hurst looked like he'd been comfortable climbing on the front foot. He's played that well. Managed to transfer his weight back and just sway out of the way. Got an email from Stephen Tauber. He must be a Lancashire fan who is... He seems to be unhappy with Dale Benkenstein and Mark Chilton, saying they must be relieved of their duties. Continue that after the ball. Excellent running there between the 2 Lancashire players. Hurst changing ends for the first time in a while. He's very, very strong email. And it'll be interesting to see what other Lancashire fans think of this. He says, between them they've transformed a good competitive team into a laughing stock and search for relegation. Not sure about that, but thank you for contacting us. Huge fan of Dale Benkenstein, especially not just me, but in these parts he's got a lot of credit in the bank. But obviously not having the greatest of seasons with Lancashire at the moment. Again, if you want to contact us, it's streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk, or on Twitter. You've got myself and Toby Reynolds, Ashthorpe 25 and Toby Reynolds 10 _. Please get in touch with us and let us know what you think of the stream and the game so far.
Another dot ball there from Shamar Holder. And onto the front foot, just for a single though for Josh Bohannon, replicating a few of Matty Hurst's shots, but the gap has been plugged. And yeah, it's been definitely better again from Holder this over. I think the man out there has just offered him a bit more confidence, perhaps, knowing that he does have a bit of protection on the offside boundary if needed. Oh, and sort of played off the face of the bat there, out past the slips, kind of on purpose it looked like from Matt Hurst, but not with full conviction. Just sort of guides it down off the face. Definitely sort of meant to play a shot like that, but wasn't quite in control of it, I would say.
Yeah, he just took a hand off the bat, didn't he? Controlled it down to third man. Damo Briggs, in touch on the live chat, says he'd love to know how fast the Durham bowlers bowl. It'd be good to get a speed gun out there. Estimated speeds, I would say Holder was probably in the maybe the mid to high 70s miles per hour.
Oh, an outside edge again this time. Yet again, just squirts away for 4 from Hurst, and this moves on to into the 20s this time. Unlucky from Holder, finding the outside edge for the first time at the end of that over. And he's gone for runs this time again, but in a much more unfortunate way, I'd say. 10 from the over.
Yeah, it was
2 of them off the outside edge.
It was a better over, wasn't it, Toby? There's some good areas there, challenging the outside edge of Hurst, who's managed to control them down to third man. The last one probably a little bit more edgy than the one before. But Hurst is up and running now. As you say there, he's moved on to 21 from 38. Yeah, when you look at Potts is probably can on a good day be mid 80s to high 80s. Ben Rain, you're probably looking at mid 70s, low 70s to mid 70s. And Bustelader probably around similar to Holder, around the high 70s into the 80s. Probably a little bit quicker than Holder as Rain comes in again. And again, right on the money. So yeah, hopefully that answers that. Some not happy Lancashire fans by the look of the comments on the stream, just around players and the overall performance of the season.
Steve's also asked you a question, Ash, saying, why do they not have a third man? Seems like they concede a lot of runs.
Third man's not a popular position in England, is it? Like I watched the Test match there, and there's a lot of runs went down to third man. But it's one of the biggest gaps now on the field. If you can see there, Colin Ackerman with his back turned to the camera, and then you've got a gap of around 25 to 30 metres between Bustelader, who's at backward point. So yeah, it's an interesting one. Don't really see the traditional gully fielder in play these days very much, which may stop a few of those going down to third man. But you would feel, if you have a look on the whole of the amount of runs that have gone down to third man versus fine leg, you would definitely say that third man is winning that battle. Probably I can only remember maybe 3 or 4 balls being tickled down to fine leg today, which is probably a sign of how well Durham's bowled, Toby. But it's a very good question. One maybe for the stats man of Durham. It's driven nicely, but McKinney fields comfortably out in the covers.
My one thought is perhaps that as a captain, if you're going to have an extra man, you probably want him in catching. Try and get a wicket. You start with 3 slips, maybe even 4 if it's really going around corners. And if it gets through the slips, you say, well, next time we do better and we take the catch. And then if it goes sort of right outside all of them, you maybe add another man in.
Yeah,
perhaps.
it's a tough one, isn't it? You just love that extra fielder at times. But thanks for that, Steve. Oh, and another one. Is that edged? It's hands on heads from the men behind the slips.
That's perhaps just another slight tickle, isn't it?
Not sure on that one. Hard for us to tell. With our view, we are obscured a little bit by Colin Ackerman and Ollie Robinson in front of us. Well, not a little bit. Totally obscured, if we're totally honest with you. So we're trying to catch a replay on the monitor. But Ollie Robinson having a tough day up to the stumps. And that one is edged and is caught, and Bohannon walks. So reward for Ben Rain, reward for Robinson, who was taking the difficult option of standing up to the stumps. And Josh Bohannon goes one short of 50, caught behind by Robinson off the bowling of Rain. That come off 100 balls, included 6 boundaries. But you've got to say that that's just reward for Durham's hard work, especially from Potts and Rain from that Lumley end, who have been absolutely relentless all day. And well done to Ollie Robinson, who's grabbed onto that one.
Yeah, great take from Robinson. He's dropped a few, but that's a great take up right up for the stumps, and Ben Rain gets his reward. He's had a few huge appeals, a couple drops, couple through the slips, and he's finally got his third, 3 for 12. And Lancashire 88 for 4 now, starting to worry about it in their middle order. Bit of an experience coming in. Still to come, I think. Is that George Bell coming to the crease now?
It's an important wicket, that, for Durham. We've talked quite a lot around this Kookaburra ball, not particularly doing much past kind of the first 15, 20 overs, but Ben Rain still looks like he's getting something out of this ball and surface.
Yeah, I think a lot of what Ben Rain does is kind of independent of a ball in some ways. Obviously, a Duke's perhaps will help, a bit more helpful with a slightly bigger seam, slightly more prominent seam. But he's just nagging away at that same line and length that eventually you're going to get a ball that gets your name on it if you can't keep scoring against Ben Rain, keep putting pressure back on, which the Lancashire batters have really struggled with so far this test. So, not test, first class game.
Well, it feels like a test,
Yeah.
the way that Ben Rain has bowled, isn't he? 11 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 12. Outstanding work.
Holder on again. Played nicely there. Just going to beat the man at backward point. They're going to look for 2, but they're not going to get there in the end. Matt Hurst moves in onto 22. Just plays it nicely, keeps it down and gets off strike. After a long period of remaining on 0, he's starting to rotate really nicely. I think the fact that they've moved that man out onto the point boundary after he hit a few through the covers for 4 has just opened up a bit more space for him to manoeuvre the ball into. That sort of a cover point area. Bell to face his first ball now against Shamar Holder. And it's full and it's Yorker, but played nicely there in the end from Bell. Just jabs his back down. Keeps the ball out.
You're right on the money, that from Holder. This is where possibly hoping that Holder keeps his pressure on the new batter and doesn't let him just get away with a couple of easy boundaries.
Ooh, slight bounce there. Just leapt a little bit, banged in a bit shorter, but played nicely from Bell. Just into McKinney at mid-wicket.
We've got the extremes of batters, haven't they, Lancashire, with Aya, Jennings,
Wells.
and Wells all being well over 6 foot. And then you've got the brigade of Bohannon, Hurst and Bell, who would be probably around the 5'8", 5'9" mark. So, yeah, some interesting contrast in their batting lineup.
They've not even really split them up as well. It's their sort of 2 openers and number 4 and then 3, 5 and 6. Which means they haven't quite gained the benefits of having a sort of tall, short combo and the bowlers having to adapt their length. Defended from Bell.
No ball.
Second one there from Shamar Holder, where he's just overstepped a fraction again. just perhaps a bit too keen. I think he just wants to bowl a few more balls. Enjoying it so much in the sun up here in the
sun
northeast.
is out now, Toby, isn't it?
It's blue skies. So much for the first 2 hours of rain. I'm pushed into the offside, but yet again, not off strike from Bell. Four dots for the young keeper batter.
Another one of the keeper batters that are going around. You've got Hurst as well, who's also a keeper batsman, isn't he?
Yeah. Phil Salt in the squads.
Mm.
Well, not in the squad, but in the
Butler?
could play for Lancashire. Butler, yeah. I mean, Dane Villas used to keep as well. Obviously, I think he's retired now, or he's moved away.
Yeah, good shout.
Left alone there.
I think we've got a bit of rhythm there, actually, Joseph. Joseph Holder has gone through quite nicely. Markov just letting him know where he's landing there on the crease. Trying to assist the young man, not bowl any further no balls.
Yeah, I think he must be right up against that line. But he's definitely found his rhythm, and I'm sure that they'll perhaps try and keep him on. Well, I might not get another over in, to be fair. It's going to be tight, you think. Maybe Callum Parkinson might have one before the Teabreak as well.
Yeah.
And he finishes off with a dot. And yeah, great way to finish that over there from Holder. You'd assume rain will continue, and they might try and sneak through for one more, with tea due to be called at 3:15.
Yeah, it's a good finish to the over, that. Just keeps a bit of pressure on the new batter, keeping him on 0, George Bell.
Yeah, 0 off 6 he's on.
Brings a bit of a change there. Brings Hurst down at this end as well, who's managed to avoid a lot of Ben Rain's work in this spell. Bannon really got stuck down that end and then ended up edging away and losing his wicket in the last over. Much deserved 3rd wicket for Ben Rain. You see on the screen, just that on the screen there, beautiful twins. So congratulations to Colin and Robin Ackerman, who on the 29th of August welcome Luca and Leo into the world. So we're hoping that Ackers is getting plenty of sleep and can get out there and perform for Durham with obviously the 2 new additions to the Ackerman family, along with Michaela. I believe it was her 3rd birthday, if not yesterday, the day before. So busy times for the Ackermans as Hurst drives that away, and McKinney half stops it, and Hurst gets through for a single. But as you can see there from your pictures there earlier, some beautiful, beautiful baby boys there for the Ackerman family, and welcome them into our Durham clan.
Different kind of test here from Bell facing up to Ben Rain. Having faced Shamar Holder the over before. He's unable to make it off the mark, and he'll look to do so against the wily old pro that is Ben Rain.
He is wily. You can call him old, I can't. He's right on the money. He's definitely not old compared to me, that is for sure.
We'll call him an experienced pro then. He's played a lot of first-class cricket. Has Ben Rain.
He's really been outstanding. Took on the mantle of the spearhead of this attack after Chris Rushworth departed down to Warwickshire. Everybody was looking to him, and he's been more than up to the task. More, guiding the young lads through. Even the likes of Matthew Potts will go to Ben Rain for advice, because he just gives you absolutely nothing. As you can see from his bowling figures on the screen there, 3 for 13 off 11.4 overs. Absolutely bang on the money.
Yeah, he passed 450 first-class wickets recently. Did Ben Rain? Was at Leicestershire before Durham. He's Been around for
He was at Durham
for a while.
before there as well. Started off life as a batter, a left-hand top order batter, whose seam was probably secondary, and then that is. I'm not saying that his batting dropped off, but his seam bowling absolutely took off, and he's been more than. I'm sure Leicestershire, as a club and as a fan group, would have been devastated to see him come back north, but we were delighted to have him home. He's not just a good cricketer, he's a brilliant character as well.
I'm not sure his batting has dropped off that much as well.
Nah, mate, he's a
been a great batter still.
He's a good player. He's a very, very, very good player, great all-rounder, and like I said, more than useful addition in the change room, an absolute leader. He finds the outside edge of Bell's bat there, but unable to get that one through. And that ends another Ben Rain over. He's 12 overs now, 3 for 13.
They will just about get in one more over before tea. Shamar Holder looks like he will continue.
Yeah, I'm just going to, again, touch on that the Durham family, which we have done with the arrivals of the Ackerman twins. We've got some really sad news, if you weren't aware, that Ryan Campbell, our head coach, his father passed away 4 days ago. So that's Jeff there, who'll be up on your screen. So condolences to Ryan and Val and Ryan's brother Mark and all the Campbell family.
Played nicely through the covers there from Matt Hurst yet again. Just for a single.
So Ryan will be heading home back to Perth for his father's funeral, which will take place on the 19th of September. So all of our thoughts and prayers go out to Val, who will be missing her boys very much, and especially her husband. They've been married a very, very long time. And unfortunately, he passed away 4 days ago. So R.I.P. Jeff. Like I say, we're thinking of you all.
Left alone this time from Bell. Still on 0. Not off 11. Question is, will he get past Venki Ayers, 15? Will he get past Matt Hurst, what was it, 22 perhaps, 23?
He was up there, wasn't he?
It's been really impressive from Durham, the fact they've not let these new batters just get off the mark and down the other end easily. It's kept the pressure on throughout the couple of hours so far. Another dot. It's been good from Shamar Holder so far. In the last couple overs, he's really come back stronger after not the greatest start.
Yeah, just to finish on a happier note for our Durham family, there's 3 birthdays within the Durham group today. We've got Graham Onions, turns 42 or 21 again, as his mum told me earlier today, so happy birthday, Bunny. He'll be watching on intently as his bowlers go about their work.
Another dot. Defended nicely from Bell.
And we've got Susan Dale, who's kind of the head of our medical provision, so happy birthday, Susan. And you should never ask a woman her age, and we definitely will not be revealing her age. So happy birthday to Susan. And the man who makes all this happen from a Durham point of view, Sam Blacklock, happy birthday, mate. Does so much work running around behind the scenes, making sure that this stream goes out. We hope you're having a great day, mate.
Just jags that one back. Very nice again from Shamar Holder. Just found his length and line now, hasn't he? Offering nothing.
Yeah, probably a little bit. Lancashire batters also thinking that the Teabreak is just around the corner as well.
No risks needed.
Absolutely. Just having a look on here, that on the chats, on the live chat, etc. There's not very happy Lancashire fans at the moment.
And carved away really nicely there. It's going to run away for 4, I think. Brilliant shot there for Bell to get off the mark. It's not going to go. It's such a slow outfield down there. It's going to come back for a 3rd. It's going to be tight though. And they just about make it through in the end there to bring the session to a close. 96 for 4 there. Bell 3 off 15, just about off the mark before the tea break. Whereas Matt Hurst at the other end, 24 from 42. Josh Bohannon though, pick of the bowlers, 49. He made it 2 in the end from bang on 100 balls. Luke Wells though went first up, didn't he? Ben Rain got him. And then Keaton Jennings not long after, bowled by Rain in slightly quizzical sense as he wandered off the pitch. And then Venkatesh Iyer, 7 off 24. Slow start for him. Scored a few in the end before Matt Potts got him caught behind.
Yeah, it's an end to an excellent and intriguing session that. Durham had the better of the start, and then there was a nice partnership, kind of a little bit between Bohannon and Iyer, and then Iyer went to Potts, and then Hurst and Bohannon got a nice partnership together before that was broken just before the tea break. And Lancashire will go into tea on 96 for 4. It's probably finally poised.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, and I think Lancashire have definitely done well to get through 96 for 4, considering they were 0 for 1. It's a much better start than where they were. And they'll be looking to progress perhaps as the innings goes on, and the ball might get a bit older and the pitch will start to flatten out perhaps.
Brilliant stuff. We'll be going to take a little break ourselves. We'll be back in around 15 minutes with the resumption of play. Welcome back to the Seat Unique Riverside for the evening session. Lancashire are 96 for 4 after 34 overs. And as you've probably seen from the graphic that's been up the whole way through, that the internationals are coming up thick and fast on the 6th of June and the 22nd of July next year. And 2024 members and T20 season ticket holders and any international buyers are available for priority windows. So get booking now and get those tickets booked to avoid disappointment. Some big fixtures coming up next year against the West Indies on the 6th of June. And who have we got on the 22nd of July?
India. That is
India, isn't it? That's it. Absolutely exciting. So get booking now. That priority window is open, as I said, to 2024 members, T20 season ticket holders, and any international buyers for this year. So get amongst it. The men on the 6th of June and the women on the 22nd of July. Great stuff here. Lots of live cricket at Durham, and you've got us this afternoon to take you to the close of play. And just a quick message. There's a lot of messages coming through about Dale Benkenstein and the Lancashire coaching staff. I'm not really going to go into that because there's some strong stuff on there, which is I'm a huge fan of Dale Benkenstein as a human being, so I won't be going into that, but I can see some strong views on his coaching. But a really nice message from Stephen Dalton there has put the Durham stream is the best in county cricket. It's very informative knowledge about the club players and staff and the different voices on how Durham succeed on and off the field of play. So thank you for that feedback. We are probably the most biased stream going, but we do know our people here at Durham, that is for sure, and that's what makes us so special as a club. As Potts comes in, and this is driven back nicely by Bell. Just gone a bit gloomy again here after the tea break. I wouldn't be surprised if the lights come on. See how much play. There is some blue sky away to the east, but the weather generally comes across from the west, and it's pretty grey over to that area. But we have play. We have plenty of overs left remaining in the day too. How many have we got left? Let's have a look. Just the 44 after tea. Wow. We'll be here till midnight.
long session up ahead.
This one's defended out into the onside. So you've got Ash Thorpe and Toby Reynolds with you. I'll be disappearing shortly. And we have head groundsman Vic Domain coming to join Toby for a while. And then we might get Harry down from upstairs. The voice of a god. He'll take you home for the remainder of today's play. But turning up today, I wasn't sure whether we were going to get much play, but we've not like we're going to get plenty in here. This Pot's right on the money. Nicely defended by Bell. Bell off the mark, last ball before tea on 3. And Hurst resuming on 24 not out. Took him a long time. 20-odd balls. Did you say 22 balls to get off the mark?
Something like that, yeah. 23rd ball maybe.
And then he seemed to hit a little flurry of boundaries and get his innings up and running on 24. I like the look of Hurst. Exciting young player.
Seemingly just improved more and more this year as well.
Yeah.
In all 3 formats.
That's a great bouncer from Potts. Bell thinking about hooking and then leaving. And Potts, really good. That's probably his first bouncer of the day, really. We've seen 1 or 2 from Deleda. But that was fast and right on the money from the England quick.
Yeah, it just seemed to sort of almost skid through off the surface there. It was rapid, absolutely rapid, and Bell wasn't quite sure how to best play that. I think he was almost a bit late on it and eventually just about got his head out of the way and swayed away.
Sometimes you just get in the routine of jumping on the front foot on these kind of pitches, so that was a good change up that from Potts. Bell just mistiming that one off the bottom edge.
Yeah, looked to carve that one through the offsides. Perhaps thought it was a bit wider and had a bit more width than he did, and wasn't quite able to get it away. That's 5 dot balls to start off this evening session for Matty Potts.
So I'm going to bring some light as to why Dale Benkenstein is so revered around these parts. I know that various people have said his coaching isn't going so well for Lancashire at the moment. This one again, just cramping Bell for a little bit of room. First over after tea is a maiden over. Potts is fourth. He has 1 for 18 now from 10. Lancashire yet to get going after tea. 43 overs still remaining in the day. And they are 96 for 4. But yeah, Dale Benkenstein made 137 appearances for Durham. Scored over 9,000 runs and an average just shy of 46. He was captain of our first trophy, winning the 2007 Provident Trophy with Yorkshire coach actually Otis Gibson as man of the match. And in that final, Benke struck 61 not out off just 43 balls. He was also captain of the 2008 and 2009 title-winning sides, so you can see why he is so revered in these parts. He was the 7th player into Durham's Hall of Fame as well. So it's always nice to see him back in the northeast.
That's the leader back on now. And on the money straight away. Just full and straight and defended nicely there from Matthew Hurst. I've also got a message, a positive one, about Lancashire from Ray, saying as an avid Lancs fan, and he has a different view on the performance and direction. He thinks that the club's investing in talented youth, and this is the first season of transition under Dale. They'd previously gone a bit stale, and the future is bright, he thinks. As the leader comes in again with the same result, another dot ball.
Well, I hope it is bright for just for Dale. I'm not a Lancashire fan by any stretch of the imagination, and I wouldn't pretend to be. But there is some really exciting young players coming through, and you look at. I was disappointed not to see Rocky Flintoff in the side today because I've heard nothing but good things. Like I said, I saw him score 100 here, and it might have been an under-18s game, and he was 14. It was absolutely outstanding. The likes of Stanley and people like that. There's some real excitement around the place.
Defended down the ground again. Doesn't quite get hold of that one, Matt Hurst, but doesn't really sort of push through it either. Yeah, I think we've sort of talked about before that they've got a really young middle order. I mean, particularly if you had Flintoff back in there as well, then sort of brings the average age even lower.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think that Ray, was spot on there with Lancashire's youth policy at least. Plus a bit of experience at the top with Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells. And another dot ball. They just have to sort of try and fight the season and stay in it and get through as far as they can. And if they can just about stay in Division 1, then next year they'll be even better for it with a lot of younger guys blooded and brought through. They're currently 10 points short of Notts, one place clear that would be. So they'll need to gain a few more points in the final 3 fixtures. 5th dot ball in a row there from Basdelida, who has been great so far after the Teabreak. Just 5 balls and all 5 have been straight, full and not giving it the batter anything to latch onto.
Yeah, it's been a tight start from Durham, hasn't it? 11 dots so far. But another question from Davey Fennick here, which I'll come to at the end of the over.
And another maiden there from Basdelida. There've been so many now from Durham. 6 from Ben Rain alone, another 4 from Matt Potts, and that's Basdelida's second maiden in his spells so far. 6 overs, he's bowled 12 runs, and has been really good. Shamar Holder as well, the only other bowler to have bowled 8 overs, 53. Ben Rain, though, in the wickets. 3 wickets for 13 from his 12 overs, half of which have been maidens. He's bowled absolutely beautifully so far. Just found an nagging line length, and Ollie Robinson's been up at the stumps for half of it with a helmet on.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, Davey Fennick's asked, why do we bother using the Kookaburra ball? So he says if it's to prepare for the Ashes, most of the people playing with the Kookaburra ball in the county championship will be nowhere near the test side. So it's interesting. I think they might be trying to put a bit of pressure on Dukes as well with maybe the quality of their balls over the last couple of years. As Bell plays out into the leg side. And I guess it's just giving those players, I mean, if you look at, for example, who's in this game, you've got the likes of Hurst, you've got Ben McKinney, who may go on to play international cricket and may come up against that ball in the future. So it may give them a little bit of a taste of to what that is like.
I think the one thing that I think it was definitely in their plans and in their mind when they first brought in the Kookaburra, that they wanted to prepare for Australia. Whether or not they sort of do get adequate preparation is a different question. But I think there have been some positives at least to come out of it.
I think the batters like it.
Yeah, definitely.
As Potts is defended out into the offside by Bell.
I think the spinners too have had a lot. They've sort of almost been forced into the game, which is good to see in some ways. Someone like Amar Verdi, last match for Worcester we've already mentioned earlier on in the stream. I mean, Callum Parkinson's bowled a lot with the Kookaburra, just the 3 games, and I'm sure he'll be used a lot later today, tomorrow, throughout the rest of this game. I mean, the Somerset game, Archie Vaughan played a lot, bowled a lot. Jack Leach took a load of wickets as well. I think 2/3 of the overs bowled in that match were by spinners.
Yeah, it tends to happen that at Taunton, to be fair. But yeah, I'd absolutely take that on board. So we've got a special guest with us tomorrow. His son might be umpiring, but his father, David Lloyd, the Bumble, is going to be up joining us in commentary for days 2 and 3 here. I'm so excited for that. We look forward to having his company. As Potts with a real effort ball hits the pitch hard. Somebody who I've admired, luckily enough got the chance to work with Simon Hughes in a game not long ago, who I think is an absolutely outstanding commentator as well. And yeah, so hopefully Bumble, if you're watching / listening, mate, can't wait to have your company here tomorrow with us. I think my wife's even more excited than I am, actually.
I mean, if anyone has any questions, they can get in touch and ask them now or tomorrow or day 3.
Absolutely. Oh, and a thick inside edge, back past the stumps. Much to the dismay of Potts, goes away for 4. That brings up the 100 for Lancashire, 4 down in the 37th over.
Yeah, another great ball by Potts. Unlucky that it goes away for 4 there. Just cuts George Bell in half and he escapes with 4, which I'm sure he'll gladly take to still be there at the crease and a slightly higher tally to his name. Matt Potts, on the other hand, will be maybe not distraught, but unhappy with that result.
Bell solidly in behind that one.
Might just spur Potts on a bit more. He has bowled well so far, and definitely with an extra bit of zip perhaps that we haven't seen from the other 3. Not that we'd maybe expect it so much from them, but Potts in particular has bowled really well, I think, and he's got it to carry through really, really nicely to Ollie Robinson behind the stumps.
Yeah, he has bowled well. He's going to put a man out deep square leg now, just to hold as the man who's going to have a lurk out in the deep there.
I like this, just putting it in the batsman's mind that there's a possibility that a short ball might be coming. Whether or not it does, different question, but Bell can't just rock onto the front foot.
That's a good leave. Good finish to the over from Potts, who's bowled an excellent over again. He has 1 for 22 off his 11. And Lancashire brought up their 100 in that over, 100 for 4. And you feel that they need a big partnership out of these 2 youngsters. Bell on 7, Hurst on 24, trying to rebuild after 4 wickets fell in that first session.
Yeah, partnership of 12 at the moment. But these 2 young guys you mentioned will have to try and push on, and this is kind of crucial once you get below these guys. Balderson is a very good batter, a bit of an all-rounder. He'll likely bowl some seam as well, and Tom Hartley, as I'm sure many people will know, is more than a handy batter in at number 8. But these are sort of the 2 crucial ones you'd think now, both young, 21 and 20. Baz to lead in, defended from Matt Hurst. And if Lancashire want to try and impose any sort of total on Durham, these 2 are going to be crucial to that, you'd think.
Yeah, absolutely, Toby. Crucial part of the game, and just as this Kookaburra ball tends to soften off and batting becomes a little bit easier, got to remember how slow this outfield is as well, so there's probably another 20 runs you could add on to that total for the outfield.
Off the back foot there, a lovely shot, just going to run away, but it's probably not going to reach the boundary, as you mentioned there, Ash. Slow boundary. They get back for 2, and that's all they get. Yet again, on a faster outfield, a less damp outfield, that undoubtedly would fly away. And just 2 for Matt Hurst to retain strike.
It's a nice shot, wasn't it? Punching, standing up tall, punching away. Yeah, and on a different day, that might have run away to the boundary out in front of the members, which is well populated with Lancashire members today. I've seen a number of brightly coloured striped blazers in the members area.
Solid. Again from Matt Hurst. Yeah, obviously in preparation for Bumble.
Must be bringing out the big guns. Yeah, just on the members, there's a members forum being held here tomorrow night after close of play. I believe it's going to be a quiz night, so that should be interesting. All members are more than welcome to come and join us down here in the Jeff Cook suite.
Lovely pull shot there from Matt Hurst. Gets onto the back foot and pulls away nicely to McKinney on the boundary. We'll get back for a second. It's a lovely shot there. Just picked it up early and kept it down, rolled the wrist nicely and got back for 2.
The advantage these wicketkeeper batters have is that pick up length really well from being stood behind the stumps for such a length of time and when to rise with the ball, for example. So it's quickly onto that short ball, Hurst. Played it nicely.
And yet again follows it up with another forward defence.
Presenting a lovely seam there, Bustelator, but not a lot of movement now, as we talked about this Kookaburra ball. Getting a little bit older and a little bit softer. Stephen just asking for an update on the hotel. I think they're looking at the planning permission and the potential zoning issues that the ground has. Not that there's been a flood here like Worcester for a length of time. This ground is actually on a floodplain.
Another dot ball brings the over to a close. 4 from it. Another good over by Baz to lead. Lancashire 104 for 4. Bell on 7. Matt Hurst extends his total 28 or 54 he is right now.
So yeah, despite the ground, like I said, not flooding for, well, since I can remember it being here, I don't think it ever has. I think they may need to look at the zoning of the ground, even though the hotel that is being proposed will be on stilts and will be upper level. So a bit all above our pay grade here in the commentary box, but we'll try and get you an answer to that, Stephen. But thank you again for getting in touch.
Matt Potts will continue from the Lumley end now. He's gone. He chipped it straight to Shamar Holder. Brilliant from Matt Potts, just banged it in short. And just on the pull shot, doesn't get a hold of it, does George Bell, and chips it straight to Shamar Holder.
Yeah, it's a bit of a soft one, that, isn't it, for Durham? They'll take it all day. And probably Matthew Potts, you'd have to say he deserves that wicket. He's bowled beautifully today, picks up his second. He has 2 for 22 now. But Bell is gone for 7. Caught Holder, bowled Potts. And Lancashire, we're just talking about them needing to build that partnership, are now 104 for 5. And Durham are now into the all-rounders in the Lancashire lineup.
Yeah, you can see there that Bell was just disappointed with that. Obviously he wanted to get a hold of it. There would have been space either side and he picked him out perfectly. Didn't really even have to move, did Holder. And it'll bring George Balderson to the crease now, who is a handy batter.
Yeah, very good player.
Sort of batted much higher up the order as well in the past, and I think with them wanting to use him a bit more as an all-rounder, he's slid down it to try and not to overwork him, perhaps. And he'll join Matt Hurst at the crease. With Lancashire in a little bit of trouble here.
Here they are, 104 for 5, the visitors. Picking up a wicket either side of the Teabreak. Bahanan gone, caught behind just before the break. And now Bell goes, caught off the splice of the bat. And that will make Holder feel a lot better about proceedings. That getting a catch, getting in the game, being involved in contributing to his new team.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Holder and the fact he hasn't let a few bad balls affect his mood. He's been in and around. He's having a lot of conversations with the captain and perhaps offering some ideas as well as the overseas pro he is.
And Balderson, 342 runs so far this season, the highest score of 48. As Potts around the wicket. Averaging just on 20. So big innings for him and for Lancashire.
Yeah, he has been consistent, Balderson. Unfortunately not quite hitting the highs as he has done in previous years when he first sort of burst onto the scene for Lancashire.
Defending nicely out there into the offside.
I'll be interested to see if and when we do see Callum Parkinson now. I mean, the Seamers have had a lot of success so far. Ben Rain, 3 wickets. Matt Potts has a couple. Baz the lead. And Shamar Holder as well have looked alright. But Parkinson has bowled a lot of overs for Durham this year. Almost 400s. And Borthwick has often turned to him to hold down an end. Whether as the Kookaburra gets older, that'll you'd assume be quite crucial, or whether Scott Borthwick will be focusing on trying to just rattle through this Lancashire lineup as fast as possible.
Yeah, it's a role that him and possibly Hartley will have to play at some stage in each of the innings when that ball doesn't move laterally, is to potentially hold and make sure that they can hold one end up and attack from the other. Or this pitch may turn, you don't know. Beaten there as Balderson attempts a drive. That one straight through to Robinson behind the stumps.
Yeah, perhaps slightly too early in his innings really there from Balderson, obviously wanting to get bat on ball. Sort of big booming drive there to try and push it through the offside, where there's a slight gap, sort of extra cover, trying to encourage him with a gully and Lee's in there.
Don't see that very often, have we?
No.
Probably the first time today we've seen a gully in place. Maybe they were listening to us before tea. Potts right on the money. Wicket maiden for Matthew Potts, 2 for 22. Now 5 maidens to his name. Absolutely outstanding bowler from the England international. Just gives effort. If you're going to get nothing else with this Kookaburra ball, you are going to get effort from Matthew Potts.
The lead will continue. And then, yeah, Parkinson we were talking about before. Can you see them possibly having 2 spinners, or a spinner from each end? Either Ackerman or Borthwick having a go, or do you think they will just...
I don't think so. Unless it gets really flat maybe in day 3, day 4, depending on how the game goes. I think they'll rotate the seamers around.
I guess with the leader as an all-rounder at number 7, he gives you that bit of an option that Stokes would if he were here. Flicked off the legs nicely there. Just for 1. Matt Hurst moves on to 29. Fraction too full and straight there from the leader. Yeah, he didn't play a huge part early on in the season, did he, the leader? But now that Stokes is away and he's sort of coming into his own as that sort of all-rounder at number 7.
Yeah, he just offers that balance to the team, that 4th seamer, that extra batter, and he's more than capable with both bat and ball. He would be looking at trying to get into a team with either of those disciplines, but like you say, to have him allows you to either, you could play an extra spinner, which they did down at Taunton, or it could probably slide up to 6, but you look at that batting lineup for Durham and it's very, very strong.
Around the wicket now to the left-hander. Balderson just sort of prods that to backward point. McKinney there.
Yeah, batting lineup of Lees, McKinney, Borthwick, Ackerman, Beddingham at 5, Ollie Robinson at 6, Bastelader at 7, very strong Ben Rain at 8, Matthew Potts, who got a big 100 first game of the season at number 9, and then Callum Parkinson trying to be the all-rounder in the team, had a bit of a nosebleed up the order the other week.
I was going to say, he used to bat at number 7, I feel like, for Leicestershire. Defended backward point again from Balderson.
He's definitely not batting. No disrespect, Cal, but you're definitely not batting at number 7 in front of those guys in this team. And then I have apologies to Shimmer Holder, but I have zero idea as to what he offers with the bat.
He first class cricket with the bat averages 8.4 from 39 innings, high score of 34 not out.
There you go.
Has the lead in. Nice little cover drive, but doesn't get a hold of that one. Does Balderson. There will be another dot. Yeah, I think Holder will probably bat at number 11, you'd think. He hasn't had a huge amount.
Oh, Parky won't be giving up that number 10 spot.
Would you like to bat higher, do you reckon, Parkinson?
You absolutely would, but there's no chance in that lineup that he's batting any higher.
Full and a bit wide this time, but well down there from Shamar Holder. Really well down in the end there. Got down low to his right, picked the ball up, and a nice one smooth action in over the top of the keeper. One ball to come now from the leader, who has really picked up where he left off after the tea break. Been miserly, as you'd hope.
Yeah, bowling in a good partnership. They've done that this afternoon.
Flicked on the leg side. They're going to get through for single here, however. Just too straight, really, from the leader.
Yeah, I don't think Potts will mind that. He'll get to bowl at the new batsman. So he'll have Balderson to have a crack at. And I guess if they can try and keep Matty Hurst away from the strike for a little bit, that might frustrate him as well. There's Parkinson just going through a few looseners. I don't know if he'll come on shortly and maybe try and rotate the seamers from one end. But he'll be desperate to get into the action. Doesn't like to be a passenger, that is for sure. But Potts is going to continue. He's going to continue round the wicket from the Lumley end. It's just starting to get a bit gloomy out there. Vic's still got his shorts on, so it can't be that cold yet. And he's going to come in and replace me after this over. As Potts is in now, and Balderson again. Probably a second option there, trying to drive at that one. That whistles through to the keeper. Vic's just volunteered his wonderful services for 40 minutes. He's going to talk to you about grass and how it grows and how he kills it and makes it into a hard surface. Potts a little bit short this time, defended by Balderson. But looked a good surface when I briefly had a look this morning before the covers had to go back on. As we said, Vic passed on a bit of information. Pitch number 9, which is one of his international pitches, and this is the first time it's been used this season. It's been undercover, unfortunately, for Vic, probably for the best part of 2 days with the weather. Like I said, he's had to wrestle, him and the team, with the covers 3 or 4 times already today. And Vic can tell you a bit more about forecasts than me. He probably looks at the same apps, but I definitely didn't see it raining like it did this morning. A good bouncer from Potts.
Great pace again.
Is well ducked by Balderson. 7 millimetres of grass, Toby, apparently is on this surface. We have had surfaces a little bit more and a little bit less than that this year. A couple of them a lot greener than this one as well. So I'll let you get into Vic's head and the process around preparing this pitch and talk to him about why is this outfield so slow? It's only rained for 2 days. Why is it so slow?
Yeah, that's why they haven't got, electric heaters on the outfield the whole time.
Oh, they've got one. They've got one in the practice wicket. Ben might not give that up in the practice. That's his old his heat lamp. He'd probably be laying under it at the moment, knowing Ben. Vic's just said, just David Bedingham lies under the heat lamp.
It's the South African in him, wants the warmth.
Loves to lay down too. Couple of balls remaining in the over. This has been excellent work from Potts and Delata after the tea break. 106 for 5, Lancashire. Durham, you feel it just a wicket or two away from really blowing this innings out of the water for Lancashire. in what is a crucial match in this county championship season for both sides. You feel that if Lancashire win this and Durham lose, it really puts pressure on Durham, being away to Surrey next week. Then we have Kent last game of the season. You feel that if Lancashire lose this, they're under real pressure to keep up with Nottinghamshire and avoid the drop themselves. It's unfortunate for both sides. Pressure on at the wrong end of the table. Two proud clubs. This is driven by Balderson, but can't beat mid-off. And Toby, we've had some maiden overs this afternoon, mate. There's another one.
I know, so many so far. Just 10 runs since the Teabreak. Potts has, I think, just bowled maiden since. Leader's bowled really tight as well.
So this spell from Potts, he went for the 1-4, which was the inside edge off the bat of
yeah.
Bell, yeah. But this spell he's got 1 for 4 off 4 overs with 3 maidens. So I'm going to pass you on to the man with the wisdom, the personality, the charisma. That is Victor Main. He's grumpy, yeah, but I love him. He's my favourite. And I'll leave you in the capable hands of Victor and Toby for the rest of today. I think Harry's going to join a little bit later on after this.
Lancashire 106 for 5 right now. Baz, the leader, will continue. And it will be, again, another dot. We're talking about it so far. There have been barely any runs since the Teabreak. Barely any before as well. It's been a tough slog for Lancashire so far. 106 for 5. As Vic joins me. How are you, Vic?
Toby, I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Yeah.
Good to have you on. Got a lot of pitch talk to have.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to be up here again after standing out there all morning pulling sheets on and off, which was not very pleasurable, I can assure you.
No, I can imagine. Oh, slight inside edge there. Yeah, it was a lot of hard work. How many times did the covers come on and off this morning?
I think we had three complete goes. Got them off first thing this morning, got everything ready, then the mizzle came in, they went back on, then it stopped and they came off, and then it came on again, and so things were getting a little bit fraught amongst the grounds team this morning. There were one or two of us who were getting a little bit on the edge. The slightest little thing would have set certainly two of us off this morning. Like fielders getting in the way when you're trying to take the rope round and dry the field out, and there's fielders setting up cones everywhere and deciding they're going to jump over the magic rope. And
Oh, well.
there we are. We're nice and relaxed now.
Couple of dots and a single there with a slight misfield by Alex Lees to start this over by Delede. I guess best place to start, Vic. What is the pitch like? Tell us a little bit about it, perhaps.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good pitch. This is one of my favourite pitches on the square. Used it in 2019 for one of the World Cup games. It's been used quite a few times for ladies' international games, and it would be one of our go-to pitches for top TV matches, but it's never really been in the right sort of condition for games this season. It's only just recently that we've got the grass coverage a lot better on it. It was a bit sparse, particularly at the finger end for most of the season, and so it's had a couple of reseeds, and we've just found now that we're able to get onto it. So yeah, it's I was quite hopeful that it'd be good for this game.
The lead in. Tickled down fine there. It's going to run away, but I think the slow outfield might delay it. It doesn't. It's going to fly away for 4 in the end. Baz Delede finishes his over off with a boundary, unfortunately. Just tickled fine by Balderson. He moves on to 5 to finish off that over. 111 for 5 now, Lancashire.
Just got a bit straight there, didn't he?
He did indeed, yeah. Just easy runs there in the end for Balderson.
Mind you, Nelson on the board now. We could do with a wicket here.
Definitely, yeah. This would be,
Unless the board's gone to sleep again, of course.
I think it is correct, but we'll see, I guess. Yeah, you mentioned the grass coverage you weren't quite happy with. How early on are you deciding when you're using a pitch? Like sort of a week in advance, 2 weeks in advance?
It would be at least a fortnight.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, what we try to do is try to plan each match in November, the previous November. But the pitches haven't, as I said, the grass didn't really grow through the winter. So we've had to re-look at it and just go for the pitches which we consider have the best coverage.
How many was it just this one then that didn't quite have the grass coverage, or
No,
a few?
there were a lot actually. We played an early championship game against Essex on a pitch close to where this one is actually, and we had no grass on it whatsoever. It was a horrible pitch.
Another dot ball there off Matt Potts. Yeah, I guess sort of following up with that, how is there anything you can do with it, or are you just almost having to wait for the grass to grow back?
It's a question of reseeding, but grass needs warmth to get it to grow, and unfortunately this season, at the start of the season, we just didn't get that ground temperature. Ground temperature needs to get up to 8 degrees, and we didn't get that until middle of June.
So then it finally can start being feasible.
Then it can start to grow and thicken up a bit. We always cope with having too much grass on there. We can always take a bit off, but we can't put any on, unfortunately.
On that, there's this is the first year that the hybrid pitches have been allowed. Last week, Northampton versus Gloucester had a hybrid pitch, and unfortunately the match was abandoned midway through day one. Have you thought about sort of bringing in hybrid pitches at all down here to Chesley Street?
We've had 2 hybrids in the past, which were dug out about 3 years ago when we re-levelled the whole of the square because again through the winter it was so uneven that we were getting puddles in the middle of the square, which just weren't going anywhere. So we decided that we were going to re-level the square to get the water to roll off of it. So at that point we had to have our 2 existing hybrids dug out, otherwise they would have been buried. So we have had them in the past. We've got some in the nets. They're okay. They're a good tool, I think. But they're not artificial pitches. People think they're artificial pitches. There's only 5% fibre. 95% of it is still natural grass. And so they won't last forever. Whilst the usage, you can get 1 or 2 more games out of each hybrid pitch, you can't just keep playing on them and playing on them.
Have you used any this year for the hybrid pitches or not?
We've used them in the nets. Okay. Yeah, we've used them in the nets. But
do they play much differently, or?
I find they bounce a little bit more. I find it's more of a sort of loopy bounce. But
nice pull shot there. Just going to head out to the deep square leg boundary. They're going to push for 2 here. Could be a chance for a run out, but he makes it home in the end there. Good running in the end. Matt Hurst gets 2 for his troubles there. Balderson not really in trouble as that over comes to an end there from Matt Potts. Loses his streak of maidens there with that 2 off the final ball. As helmets and pads are coming out now, it looks like. Possibly a short leg coming into play. Callum Parkinson's cap is also off. I think he might be having a bowl bit of left arm spin. Finally, he's been warming up for a while. His shoulder's been going. He's probably been having a few words with Scott Borthwick as well. And he looks like he's already telling his fielders where to go. He's in his zone now.
I think we could do with a few overs of spin actually. Otherwise, we're going to be here till about 9 o'clock tonight.
Very much so. I think we can play till 7. And I think even with light, with the issues with light that we likely will have, it's probably going to be a bit before 7. But we'll have to wait and see, I guess, as that progresses. And yeah, the over rate has definitely been down a bit. I think they're -1 at the moment. So perhaps a few overs, as you said, Vic, from Parkinson might be able to help them rattle through a little bit. And also going to be a long evening session.
Long evening session, yeah. been quite a lot of talk about floodlights in cricket just recently, hasn't there, with what's been going on in the Test match and when people should play and when they shouldn't play and come off.
What do you make of it all?
I think if you've got lights and lights are on, I don't know. I'm not a player, so I don't know how the visibility is. Whether the fielders can see the ball well, I don't really know. But it doesn't make a lot of sense to come off a barred light when you've got floodlights.
Similarly, with the Test as well, there was sort of, as you mentioned, like mizzle or sort of light rain. How do you find as a groundsman with sort of facing that? If there's sort of light amounts of rain, are you okay with them staying out, or would you rather them come off sooner rather than later?
Yeah, I like them to stay on, to be honest with you. The problem that you've got is the rain we had this morning, which wouldn't normally be too much of an issue. We wouldn't normally have put all the sheets on, but what I was finding this morning was that the rest of the ground was getting quite greasy, and we've still got a couple of games to go yet, and if those next couple of pitches get greasy and get damp, the danger is then that should a fielder slide across them, then they can take a pitch out of service, which at this time of year we haven't really got too many to be playing with. So yeah, I mean, I would prefer them to stay on for as long as they can, unless we know heavy rain is coming in. If heavy rain's coming in, it takes a long time to get covered up, and so the quicker they can get off, the better. That's turned.
That's ripped in a long way there from Parkinson. It's a great ball. He's confused Balderson a lot there, who dropped back to cut it early on, and then it's just jagged back in, possibly hit a foot-hole, I think. There's a couple starting to form outside his off stump, which I'm sure he'll be targeting at the moment. Oh, goes past the outside edge this time. This one slides on a bit more.
Park is going to be really pleased with that. He always asks me if the pitch is going to spin.
First over. You can go let him know later.
I'll be ribbing him about that tomorrow, don't you worry.
Maiden over there from Parkinson. No runs from it.
Ask him why he didn't do that in the Notts game.
Yeah, I think in particular as well, he's going to be happy that one absolutely jagged back in, and then the next one slid on a bit. So obviously a little bit of natural variation. This is what he'll be wanting to challenge both edges of Balderson, the left-handers bat, and then obviously Matt Hurst if he bowls to him later on, sort of the other side of the wicket, and we'll have to see, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, straight away, first over, he's put doubt in the batsman's mind. Now the batsman's looking for something to happen.
Potts will continue from the Lumley end, and it's a dot ball there, just dragging back yet again. There's seemingly just been a few chances. Slips have been up a little bit, slight more excitement around the field. It's been good from Durham. Lancashire just sort of almost put a lull in it all with a number of dot balls and maidens and sort of almost just escaping a few. So this is good again from Durham, raising the spirits again. How do you try and, obviously if Callum is coming to you every day saying, is it going to turn, is it going to turn? And you've got a few seamers obviously wanting it to nibble around, and the batters wanting it to be a bit flatter. How do you sort of balance it all, not only from them, but also just from trying to get a good cricket wicket out of it all?
You never can. You never can. You never get a pitch which suits everybody. If it seems around too much like the old traditional Durham pitches did, then the batsmen are never happy. For a long time, well, before Ryan Campbell came here, actually, we never saw a spinner. Spinners just didn't bowl at Durham because it was perceived that it was always a seamer's pitch and it didn't spin at all. But then the other way, we had a season where the pitches were very flat and batsmen were filling their boots, and then the bowlers are chuntering away. What have you done with these pitches? We can't take any wickets. So you just do the best that you can for the match. I mean, I don't like seeing sides bowled out for less than 200. I always think if the side batting first can get 250 to 280, you're in about the par scores.
Defended again there back to Potts. Yeah, it's always going to be a challenging one, I guess. And do you always try and sort of almost mix up the pitches throughout the season? So you might have a few that you try and be a bit more seamer friendly, a few more batter friendly, or do you almost just see how they turn out as it gets nearer to the time?
No, well, we talk about what we're trying to do and who we're playing against and who's playing for us and who's in form, who's not, what we'd like to do. Talk to the coach, the director of cricket, what they want from the pitch.
Lovely shot there from Matt Hurst, just straight down the ground. It's not going to... Oh, it just about trickles away for 4 in the end. Yet again, slow outfield, slowing it right down. But it's going to trickle away for 4. Lovely straight drive from
Nice
Matt
teaser
Hurst.
that for the fielder, wasn't it? Just, should I dive, shouldn't I dive?
Yeah, it got him running the whole way down there, did David Beddingham. So yeah, so do the directors of cricket and the head coach and so the coaching staff have a lot of say about the kind of pitches that they want?
Yeah, we'll all have a discussion about it and sort of length of grass that we want on. Do we want a green pitch? Do we want one that's a bit more batsman friendly?
Oh, lovely
stop.
Well played there from Matt Hurst again, but brilliant stop. Oh no, and he's glimped up there. As Alex Lees, he looks like he's stopped for a fraction. Has he injured himself perhaps? No, he's not hobbling. He is okay. Perhaps just lost his footing slightly. But a great stop, as you mentioned there. Vic.
Yeah, I thought he twisted his ankle maybe, but he seems okay.
Yeah, on the replay, he's almost... I think he just lost his footing as he was sort of trying to slow himself down.
Yeah. That's another bumpy outfield.
Yeah. And yeah, I think just maybe twisted an ankle or perhaps just maybe almost a bit of discomfort. But I think he's okay in the end. He continues. Callum Parkinson will also continue from this Finkel end. He's got a man out deep on the leg side boundary, sort of for the sweep. Lee's in at a short mid wicket, mid on, mid off regulation. Short leg is the interesting one after one that ragged from a foothole last over. Another one that slipped past outside edge. I'm sure he'll come into play. Short fine leg, slip as well, and then a cover and a backward point. A nice off drive to start.
The problem that you've got with the pitches at the moment and people trying to get involved in them and what have you is we're getting to the sharp end of the season now, and sides are playing for promotion, relegation, winning championships, positions, whatever, and so everybody wants to win. Everybody wants to win games or not lose games, and you find at this time of the season more and more pressure does start to come on the groundsman, and it's a difficult time anyway with the weather. 10:30 starts, could well be a bit more moisture around. You're not going to get the warm sunny days drying pitches out that we have in the height of the summer. So there's a little bit more pressure, but I don't think anybody minds a little bit of home advantage. We'd all go for a bit of home advantage. We just don't want to go too far. We've seen sides who start scratching their pitches up to help the spinners and spraying all sorts of wonderful potions on them to make the ball grip, but we won't resort to those sort of things.
I'm not sure if you saw much of the Durham game last week against Somerset, where there was a huge amount of spin bowled throughout. I mean, Somerset, Taunton in particular, has been known for being very spin friendly. I think they were punished a few years ago for sort of having pitches sort of turned from day one. Do you think that is an issue? You mentioned home advantage, or is it there is obviously a limit? It's just, I guess, how far.
I think there's a very fine line. Where does home advantage stop and influencing the outcome of a game sort of take over? I didn't see any of the game, so I'm not in the best place to comment at all about that individual game. But I think we just can't go too far. We every match that's played, we have a match referee who marks the pitches, and so I think if you were to go too far, the match referee would probably jump in and have a few things to say about it and warn people not to do that again. But yeah, I guess it's down to each of the individual clubs as to what they do.
Just remind, if you have any questions for Vic or myself, or any other comments or anything in particular, you can message us on the YouTube dashboard, another dot ball, or my Twitter is TobyReynolds10_. So feel free to drop me a message or a comment or something on there. For either for me or Vic. Obviously, if you want to find out anything in particular about the Durham pitches or the way they prepare anything, feel free to put the questions, send the questions in to us. If a generic cricket fan would come up to Vic and ask, what are the Durham pitches like? What would you sort of want them to? Well, how would you answer, and what would you want them to tell you if you were to ask them what they thought of the pitches?
I'd say in general the pitches are pretty slow, and I guess slow and low would be the term. That's not by design. That's not what we want. We would like them to be a little bit quicker and a little bit bouncier. You need that for the batsman to be able to play strokes and score runs quickly, but also for the bowlers to get the nicks through to slip. But I think in general the pitches over the last 2 or 3 years since we resurfaced the square, I think in general they've been a lot what I would call better. In my early days when I came here, 2015, 16, 17, my heart was in my mouth every ball, because the seam bowlers, Bunny Onions and Chris Rushworth, people like this, were getting the ball to talk. It was frightening to watch for a batsman. Your heart was in your mouth, as I say.
Flicked away fine there, and it's going to run away for 4. A nice shot there from Matt Hurst. Moves into the 40s now. Just strayed on his line there from Ben Rain. Just slightly too straight. And easy runs there from Matt Hurst.
But going back to that, I think last season we really saw that in general now it's a much better place to bat. We had some big scores last year. We had a lot of centuries, maximum bonus points, and or maximum batting bonus points, I should say. And it became more difficult for the seam bowlers to take wickets. And I think probably it's certainly the way that I would want to go. I'm not in favour of seam bowlers just running up and the ball going all over the place. I think they've got to do something special to take their wickets, and the batsmen should be able to score freely. This innings today, Lancashire are batting very slowly, but generally when Durham bat, they score at 4+ per over, and that normally indicates a pretty decent surface to bat on.
No, definitely. I mean, you can see by the fact that Ollie Robinson and David Bedingham are both very high up in the leading run scorers charts that evidently it's a good place to bat if you're a good batter technically and you can capitalise once you're in. I mean, Lancashire have failed to do that so far. 123 for 5 at the moment. Josh Buchanan made 49. Matt Hurst is 42 not out right now. But otherwise they've struggled, the Lancashire batters, against Ben Rain in particular. Matt Potter's bowled well as well. Another dot ball. 2 maidens to start off his spell here from Callum Parkinson. He's yet to go for a run. And yeah, as you were saying, Vic, the fact that I think there is a great balance here. Oh, he's found the outside edge there, and they're going to scamper through for a single. It's a great ball, just slid on with the arm. I think they're coming back for 2 in the end. No man out there, just beats the slip.
Quicker ball, wasn't it? He pushed that one through a little bit.
He did, yeah. Just skidded on a fraction, and then caught the outside edge of George Balderson's bat. they get the first runs off Callum Parkinson, which I'm sure will please them at least. Flicked into the leg side and through for 1. I had a few comments on the chat, Vic, about the Kookaburra ball in particular. How have you found? Obviously, this is the first one this season which you've had with Kookaburra. The first one was abandoned back in April.
Yeah.
How have you done anything different to the pitch to try and make it either a bit better for the Kookaburra ball, or have you just sort of almost kept it similar to how you would with any other pitch?
No, we've done it exactly the same as we would for any other pitch. We've not tried to influence the play for the Kookaburra ball. To be honest with you, I probably forgot we were even playing with the Kookaburra until yesterday. But no, we wouldn't do anything different for that. I mean, it's the ECB are clearly trialling the Kookaburra ball a few games a season, so they'll want us to prepare the same sort of pitches so that they can see what the outcome is. No, nothing different from us.
I guess we'll have to see over the next few days how the pitch might play and if it sort of helps or hinders perhaps Kookaburra ball, which generally games have been a bit, well, they've almost all gone to draws so far with the Kookaburra because it seems to lose any sort of help for the bowlers after about 15-20 overs, perhaps a bit more, and relies heavily on spinners.
That may have been seen this morning. I mean, I'm looking at the scores first thing this morning, and there were quite a lot of wickets dropping early doors. So it'd be interesting to see if the wickets continue to drop through those games. I know that, was it last week? I think Warwickshire used the Kookaburra ball, and that was over in 3 days.
Definitely, I think there's another dot ball there from Ben Rain. Yeah, because I mean, when Durham played Warwickshire right at the beginning of the season with the Kookaburra, that was about as flat as it got. Obviously down at Edgbaston that was. So I mean, I think that the Kookaburra, as we were saying on the stream earlier with Ash, that there are definite benefits and negatives to it. And I think it's very different in a lot of ways to the Dukes, which is a benefit in itself, and also, as I think Gareth Batty talked about earlier on, that it almost it perhaps isn't, the sporting integrity isn't perhaps there. I think he was saying that if for 4 rounds during the season, and Surrey I think are yet to win a Kookaburra game this year, in theory those could be the points dropped that lose them a title, having been the best team with the Dukes ball, and maybe that sporting integrity is affected. But I mean, I'm sure if they were winning loads with the Kookaburra, he wouldn't be mentioning much else around it. Another dot ball here from Ben Rain.
It's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, Dukes for a long time have had the monopoly on the county championship, and there have been a few problems with Dukes balls over the years, and I think maybe the ECB are just sort of keeping them on their toes a little bit, letting them know that they're not the only manufacturers who can be used, and hopefully it improves the standard of the Duke.
All down the leg side, and there's half appeal there from Scott Borthwick at first slip, but resigned pretty quickly in the end. Would have been a slight tickle down the leg sides. Yeah, I think as well that the fact with the Dukes in this Test match, obviously it's more been light and weather dependent, the issues it's been having. But you know, if that's not even a pink Dukes as an option, and I know a lot of pundits have floated the idea of playing with the red ball until it gets too dark and then bring out a pink one. And if you're playing with the Dukes, you then end up swapping into a Kookaburra. So driven through the covers there nicely, but gathered in the end, and they scamper through for a single. And you wouldn't be, you'd almost have to swap from a Dukes to a Kookaburra and from a red to a pink. So there'd be a lot of
I don't know
mitigation.
I'm not in favour of that at all. I don't.
No, nor am I.
We used the pink ball a couple of times and we didn't like it. I think I remember one game here we were about 15 for 6. And I think we were playing Worcester actually. We batted first and we were about 15 for 6. And then obviously the shine went off the ball and the ball got soft and we scored, I don't know, 200 or so.
Well, it was a big appeal there. Straight though, perhaps too straight from Ben Rain. And was muted pretty quickly in the end.
And when Worcester came out into bat, they completely changed their batting order. And I think they sent Joe Leach out opening the batting. And he smacked the ball a couple of times into a concrete wall, and that was the end of the ball.
That's all that it takes, I guess, isn't it? And then, because I think that is one of the big criticisms of the pink ball as well, is it doesn't last as long. It's very bowler friendly early on, and then it dies pretty quickly. And
Yeah.
similar to the white kookaburra, I think, where in the 50 over stuff they have to have two balls out there because it barely lasts more than 20 overs.
Well, the problem is with the white kookaburra is that, particularly in 50 over cricket, is the players are clever and they soon work it out that if you watch a 50 over game here in particular, for the first, say, 15 overs, runs can come very, very quickly. But then every time the fielders get the ball, they throw the ball into the ground, particularly on the square, which is fairly hard, and they soften the ball up. And after about those first 15 overs, it's a lot more difficult to score runs because the ball's a lot softer, it's not coming onto the bat, the batsman can't play their shots with any security. And we've seen it time and time again. We always talk about taking the pace off the white ball at Durham.
That's something to mention as well. When you're curating a pitch for red ball compared to the white ball side of things, are you doing anything different, or are you just sort of letting it be and playing on for a T20 pitch, for example? Big swipe there, it's up in the air and it's gone all the way, I think there. 6 runs, massive shot from Matty Hurst. Moves on to 48 with a great shot straight down the ground for 6. Monstrous from Matty Hurst. Just big stride and a massive heave for 6. Proper shot that from Matt Hurst.
Yeah, I didn't think Parky had tossed the next one up quite as high. He was obviously looking for a bit of spin off that ball, and he tossed it up nicely.
I think just a fraction full for the previous delivery that went for 6. Shorter this time, and it's cut away just for 1 to bring Balderson back on strike. Although that will be the end of the over, I think. Yeah. As I was saying, Vic, the difference between red and white ball pitches, are you doing anything different yet again, or are you just sort of letting it be and seeing how it goes from there?
I think white ball, we tend to try and make the pitches more batsman friendly. So we'll take more grass off. They'd generally be sort of whiter pitches than green pitches. The plan is to get them dry and hard. They've only got to last one day, 100 overs. So they are very different to 4-day pitches. Yeah. And I normally say with my white ball pitches, I want them to be in the condition that day 3 would be for a championship game. Obviously, it hasn't had the wear and tear, but as far as moisture and hardness goes, I'd be aiming for around about day 3 of a championship game.
Just allows a bit for everyone, I guess, as well, then, doesn't it?
Yeah. But you've also always got to throw in weather conditions. I mean, today we've seen them play through mizzle, we've seen them play through sunlight, we're now seeing them in cloudy conditions again. There's so many factors that come into it, and we always talk about what the pitch is doing, what the ball's doing, but the overheads are hugely important.
I mean, you guys have a lot of pitches out here on the square. Do they play all fairly similar throughout or is there almost like a trend where, I don't know, the eastern side turn a bit more and then the western side bounce more or something, for example?
Well, I was always told when I came here that the pitches down towards the old scoreboard side bounced more than the ones up at the pavilion end, but I don't think that's the case now. I think they're all pretty similar now. Again, it will all depend. So much on cricket pitches depends on your grass coverage. If you get good, consistent grass coverage across them, you're halfway there.
What does the grass coverage do?
The ball reacts the same every time. It just gives you so much more to work with. If you've got a say a clump of grass and then you've got a bare area, when it hits the two different areas, the ball reacts in a different way. One can be quicker, one can be slower. So people start talking about two-paced pitches, indifference in the bounce. Whereas if you've got that consistent coverage all the way across, it should take out those inconsistencies. Which maybe doesn't suit the bowlers too much, but it's a batter's game anyway.
Well, you better be hoping that all the Durham seamers haven't been listening to this interview. At least they're out on the field, so they won't be in the dressing room with the volume on, ready to come find you when you leave the media centre.
Nah, they're pretty good.
Oh, pull shot there, and it's going to go straight out to fine leg, and Matt Hurst makes it to 50 with a brilliant pull shot there. Just keeps it down, and 50. His 50 comes off 88 balls, just over 2 hours, 7 fours and a 6, which we saw of Callum Parkinson in the previous over. He's batted really, really nicely. Sort of took a while to get going, 20 odd balls before he got off the mark, and since has just been flowing. Hit a fair few nice ones through the covers early on. They dropped a man out, found a few more space, and managed to rotate the strike nicely since. And has almost been chanceless, his 50. Balderson will continue. He's 10 off 42 at the moment, has been struggling the other end. And a big swing there, looking to try and up his score there for the final over. Final ball of Ben Raines over there. Oh.
I must admit, I thought he'd nicked that one, but
he seemingly tried his best to lay bat on it.
He did, yeah. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be. Great figures for Ben Raine, isn't it?
It's been unbelievable. He's been maiden after maiden after maiden, dot after dot after dot. He's got 3 for 18 at the moment. 3 for 19, sorry, with 6 maidens off his 15 overs. He's bowled brilliantly, really. Callum Parkinson, since coming to the attack, has bowled well as well. He's bowled 2 maidens from his 4 overs, just 11 runs from them, 6 of which were from 1 hit off Matt Hurst last over. Matt Potts, the only other bowler alongside Raine to have picked up wickets. He's 2 for 30 at the moment from his 15 overs, 6 maidens as well. And a dot ball there to kick things off for Matt Parkinson. Looking forward to next year, Vic. Obviously, the women are joining Durham as well, what would have been the Northern Diamonds. How are you, have you started to think about how you might balance the extra matches plus a few other internationals as well that will be up here?
Yeah, we've got to think about sort of how many of the matches, how many of the dates are going to be double headers, how many are going to be standalone fixtures. Not only is it the matches, we have to cope with practices as well, which adds a few issues in for us. So there's a lot in the mind at the moment. We've got a fixtures meeting this week, later on this week, to talk about such issues. So it's something we're all thinking about, and I just think it's going to be so good for the club and for women's cricket in general, which is, I've been watching it now for 4 or 5 years, and I think the standard has just improved so much, and that can only continue moving forward with these tiered sides. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it should be a good season next year. And just a reminder that early bird tickets are out now for some of the internationals. The men will be taking on the West Indies and the women against India. If you head to the Durham page right now for members, season ticket holders, or if you bought some tickets this year as well. And Vic, thank you so much for joining me.
Pleasure as always.
I think Harry is going to take a seat alongside me now. And that was Vic, the head groundsman here, with some great insight into Durham and the pitches he prepares and curates and the grounds here at Chesterley Street. Harry, how are you?
Yeah, good, thanks, Toby. Yeah, good to be alongside. And yeah, the game's going well so far by the looks of things.
Very much so. I mean, 138 for 5. I'm sure Scott Borthwick will be happy with that. If you told him at the beginning of the day that's where they'd be. It's been a slight slow down since tea, but nothing that Borthwick and the Durham side wouldn't be too unhappy about. Ben Rain will continue from the Lumley end now as well to Balderson. The dot ball to kick things off. Yeah, it's been a good start for Durham. As you mentioned there, do you think that perhaps it's slowed down a little bit and they might be starting to think things through and maybe a few other plans, or do you think they'll be happy with the way it's going and just trying to squeeze Lancashire as much as they can?
Yeah, I think they'll be reasonably happy with how things are going.
Oh, it's an edge. Oh, it's fallen just short, I think, there of Ackerman at second slip. It's brilliant bowling yet again from Ben Rain, drawing another edge. Can't quite be taken and doesn't quite carry.
Yeah, just going back to it, as we often see with the Kookaburra ball, it can be quite lively for the first, 20 overs or so, and then it kind of loses the lacquer, and then the bowling team can struggle a bit. So I think this is kind of natural. But you say Durham is still ahead of the game, and so they'll be reasonably happy with where they're at.
Another dot ball there from Ben Rain. I don't know how many dot balls he's bowled today, but it has been a huge number considering he's bowled 6 maidens, let alone the number he'll have bowled throughout the the rest of the day.
He's been very consistent, hasn't he? Just hits his length, never far, never erring from a tight line, and yeah, he's looked very accomplished today.
Absolutely. Halfway through this over now. And finds an edge and he's gone! He's edged it. George Balderson has nicked off, and it's been taken low catch to his left there from Colin Ackerman at second slip. A brilliant take, and Ben Rain gets his 4th. He's flying now. Balderson goes for 10 off 47 balls. Very resilient knock just to try and partner Matt Hurst. Strike rate of just 21. Almost an hour he's been at the crease with just 1 boundary. Just a 4.
Yeah, it's a partnership, although obviously they're not scoring at the quickest rate that we needed to break. And yeah, what a better man for it than Ben Rain. Yeah, as I was just saying, he's bowled outstanding today, and he's just chalked Durham's second bonus point of the day. 6 down now, Lancashire for 138.
Yeah, as you mentioned there, that partnership was starting to build. It was only 34, but it had been going for almost 20 overs in the end, and they'd just been going along nicely since Balderson came in just after the tea break. Tom Hartley now coming to the crease to partner Matt Hurst. This could be a dangerous combination. You got Tom Hartley, tall left-handed batter, Matt Hurst, a sort of smaller right-handed batter, so maybe offering the bowlers a slightly different challenge they haven't faced necessarily so far. Not that Balderson is particularly small either. And Ben Rain will continue. He's now got figures of 4 for 19, 6 maidens, and he's bowled just under 16 overs. He's been fantastic. Tom Hartley taking guard now. There's 2 slips, sort of catching mid-wicket again, a catching extra cover, and then a usual Ringfield with a fine leg. Outside off immediately on the money from Ben Rain, finding his rhythm, continuing with it all day. And he's just been peppering outside that off stump. Just not giving the batters anything so far. Be interesting to see now as the cloud cover comes over again. It's perhaps going to be whether it will continue to move around, nibble around, or whether it might not, and if Callum Parkinson might continue from this end. Outside off yet again, left alone by Tom Hartley.
Yeah, as you talk about conditions, I can't imagine Durham will be too keen on having a bat tonight. But ideally you end the innings tonight and get going with the bat in the morning. Hopefully the weather clears up. But yeah, try and get these wickets wrapped up as soon as possible.
Definitely, yeah. It's cloud cover has definitely come over again as Ben Rain finishes. It is over for another wicket maiden as excellent spell continues. Maybe whether there's a few drops of rain. I think it's okay at the moment, but it's not as sunny and blue skies that was even just half an hour ago, which seemed like good batting conditions. Parkinson does continue with a lovely ball to start. Just gets Hurst onto the front foot. He's got a man position fairly straight at long off behind him, as well as sweepers out on the leg side and offside boundary. Finds the inside edge there, but Matt Hurst manages to keep it out. We've also got catching mid wicket and a sort of short extra cover, silly mid off kind of position as well, as you'll be able to see just on the left of your screen. Colin Ackerman in there. We go straight to him that time to demonstrate my point. Yeah. And a slip as well, just in case there is an edge of any sorts. Matt Hurst, 52 at the moment. Drops back, can't quite free his hands there. Lovely tight line from Parkinson as Hurst tries to force it through that offside. Another dot ball. Can't quite flick that one away. It's not a bad batting lineup still to come in. I mean, Tom Hartley, pretty good batter to have in it, coming at number 8. Still have Tom Aspinall and Tom Bailey as well. Neither with, brilliant records, but both more than capable batters, if need be. Averages 19 does Tom Bailey and Tom Aspinall. Only played a few games this season, debuted earlier on in the year.
Yeah, he's been a thorn in Durham's side as Tom Aspinall when we've come up against him. So hopefully not more of the same this game from a Durham point of view.
Played nicely there off his toes from Tom Hartley. Just out to Shamar Holder at cover. Still the 2 slips in for Durham, trying to be as aggressive and attacking as they can from Scott Borthwick. Trying to keep the pressure on Lancashire, 138 for 6. They've just not got going. Durham have been really good at keeping the runs to a minimum and not allowing Lancashire any easy runs. Little bump ball there. And yeah, there was a few loose overs early on. Like Shamar Holder, first couple overs went for a fair few runs, as did Baz the Leaders. But they both settled into it nicely, and Baz the Leader in particular, sort of after tea, was bowling brilliantly. A lot of maidens, a lot of dot balls. The cover drive there, but picks out Holder.
Yeah, they struggled to find the line early on, didn't they? But came back, much improved, particularly Deleda. As we say, Ben Rain, he's just been the pick, hasn't he?
He really has. 4 wickets so far. He got Luke Wells' first ball of the day. Caught behind with an absolute beauty, just nipped away very slightly from the left-hander. Then a few overs later got Keaton Jennings bowled. A lot of quizzical looks as Jennings was walking off, almost unsure as to how he missed it. Ben McKinney dropping back to a deep square leg position now. A double bluff there as it's pitched right up again from Rain. He also got Josh Bohannon on 49 from 100 balls, caught behind yet again. And then most recently, George Balderson caught by Colin Ackerman at second slip. Fairly standard catch, but a good take nonetheless. And yeah, 4 for 19 from his 16.4 overs. 4 dots now he's on. Will it be his 8th maiden of the day? I'm sure he'll be hoping so. Short this time and swayed out the way by Hartley. And well stopped behind the stumps as it bounced a few yards in front from Ollie Robinson. You felt that a short ball might be coming as he sent McKinney out to the boundary.
Yeah, interesting as well. I know, sometimes Robinson stands up, but he's definitely well back, so it just gives him that option of a short ball. As you picked up on, we've got Delader at fine leg and McKinney at deep square, so it's definitely an option that they might pursue.
I think it's not a bad option. Perhaps Ben Rain wouldn't be the right bowler to launch a bouncer barrage, but he pitched that one up much nicer. Well played in the end from Hartley to bring the over to a close, and yet another maiden, the 8th of the game for Ben Rain. He's been going so well so far. Has Ben Rain. That is his 562nd maiden for Durham in the county championship. It's not a bad effort from his 71 matches. How often he manages to pick one up. Recently passed his 250th Durham wicket when he got Luke Wells out first ball of the game as well.
Yeah, it's been some day for him, hasn't it?
It's not half bad at all. I'm sure he'll be looking to take 5 if he can. Hopefully knock over Lancashire for under 150 if they really get going. Probably more reasonably 180-ish. And I'm sure they'll be disappointed if Lancashire manage over 200 now. After such a great start. Parkinson continues. Full again and just prodded into the leg side by Matt Hurst. They still have a long off here. Fairly straight one as well. Plus that silly mid off as well. Not allowing Hurst to use his feet and go straight down the ground where he is so strong. Plus a sweeper on the offside boundary. Pretty square and a slightly behind square, deep square leg. Maybe a bit more for a sweep or rather than a slog one of any sort.
As we talk about the luxury of maidens that Durham have had today, as Parkinson's in again, it's just defended back down the ground. It's been really vital because Lancashire have hardly been able to rotate the strike, which has obviously stopped them building partnerships and kept the scoring rate down. But in a situation like this as well, where Hartley might just Hurst might just want to take one to allow Hartley to get in, he's pretty trapped at the crease. He's struggling for an option here to find a single. As another maiden is played out, and Callum Parkinson collects his 4th maiden of the day from just 7 overs.
He's been bowling brilliantly since coming on. I think he's just not allowed anything really. Like Matt Hurst, that 6 he hit, which was perhaps a fraction over pitched from Parkinson, just trying to tempt him really more than anything. And since then, they've just continued with the squeeze and not allowed Lancashire, any width, anything too short, anything too full, just to limit the runs. Rain continues yet again. The bowler, that is, not the weather, which hasn't happened for a few hours. Left alone outside off. Still have the 2 men out on the hook. The option is there for Rain if he wants to.
Yeah, I don't think it's something that they'll target. It's just an option that they might look at.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a good option to have as well. You know, it doesn't necessarily need it, but it just stops Hartley and Hurst just dropping onto the front for every single time, which makes Rain even more dangerous than he already is. As Hartley does get onto the front foot that time. his whole career, Ben Rain, it doesn't say on Cricket Info, unfortunately, how many maidens he's had. Well, I can imagine it is many. 456 first-class wickets, plus the 4 he's got today. 460 in total.
So in his first-class career, Ben Rain, I believe, has 972 maidens.
He could make it to 1,000 this test if he keeps
This
going.
match, yeah. Yeah, well, so
Oh,
he
sorry,
had
this match, yeah.
964 before today, and he's picked up a further 8 so far.
If he keeps going the way he is, and Lancashire just fancy not scoring and batting as long as they can, then he's in with a shout here. Defence yet again from Tom Hartley. Not off 13. He moves on to. A little fiddle with the pitch, just making sure there's no demons in it. Which there haven't seemed to be since tea. It's definitely flattened out slightly. Slightly loose shot from Balderson, saw him dismissed. And Bell as well will be disappointed with his wicket previously. And Hartley very watchful so far.
Yeah, he left that one well alone, didn't he? Quite far out of off stump.
It's good. There is no need to play that, and that's almost where some of the Lancashire batters have fallen foul. Wells in particular maybe didn't need to play that first one of the day. It's always a tough one, particularly when you're up against such a great bowler that Ben Rain is. Been around for a while, owning his trade. And a big drive from Hartley, finds the outside edge, and it's going to run away for 4. Ben Rain finds that edge there. It's just too thick, and Hartley's gone hard at that. And he will stop Rain from getting another maiden. But I'm sure Rain won't be too discouraged after finding the edge of Hartley, who had been so watchful previously. Just maybe a lack of patience. Saw it was a bit fuller. Wanted to get a bit of bat on ball and assert himself back on the Durham attack.
Yeah, as you say, Rain won't mind that too much. It'll obviously be, I imagine, a bit frustrated for his figures, but encouragement certainly for the bowler. Very thick edge.
Short leg will be coming out, it looks like. But they are keeping a man catching at that silly mid-off region. Borthwick jogs into slip. Defended nicely there by Hurst. Another dot ball. Yet again for Parkinson. Just finding his rhythm now. Tight line, tight length.
Bowling a very tight line. Yeah.
It's seemingly like we're watching the same ball on replay at the moment.
It is that. It was Colin Ackman in there, and in fact he's going in. Is he going into silly point? I think he is.
Looks like it. He's dropping right under the lid now of Matt Hurst. Getting right up in his face. And they're bringing up Baz the lead, I think that is.
It is, yeah. Oh, no.
He's coming a few yards off the boundary, perhaps. No, they've changed their mind. They want him all the way out again. He's in about 10. Oh, and an inside edge. They're going to scamper through for a single.
Oh, and
Not sure if camera would have caught that. There was a slightly cheeky shot there from Ollie Robinson, without even looking, just sort of threw the ball backhand at the stumps, maybe hoping for some lazy running and a run out of Tom Hartley.
And a bit of disregard from the Durham fielders. No one particularly predicted that.
Not at all. Just 5:05 right now. We can play, in theory, for just under 2 hours until 7 p.m. However, the lights are on full beams right now. And there's a lot of low cloud cover. So it's probably unlikely we'll be able to make it to 7, but they'll stay out as long as they can. Another dot there. Slightly more aggressive again from Hartley. Someone was following on from the previous over where he edged rain for 4. Brings Parkinson's over to a close.
Yeah, just one from it. Lancashire still struggling to work those singles. 20 overs remaining in the day now, which is probably about an hour and a half, I reckon. Maybe a bit faster with the spinner bowling.
The umpires a little meeting there, convening. I think they're perhaps thinking about light. Probably a bit of interest as to the safety of the batters, as you might expect, and perhaps a change of bowling here. I think, is that Matt Potts?
It is.
Will be coming on to bowl down at the Lumley end. So yeah, Matt Potts will be returning to the attack now, relieving Ben Rain. So far he's got 2 for 30 from his 15 overs, 6 maidens, and he's bowled very tight.
As he comes in now, and it's just played away off the back foot down to fine leg for a single. So Callum Parkinson doing the fielding. As we see Tom Hartley come back on strike. And this...
A bit of conversation happening. Perhaps about the sight screen, maybe? They seem to be looking over.
Yeah, there's something going on at the lonely end of the ground around the sight screen.
They're waving. Is there someone stood just to the left of the sight screen, is it? Or no, I think that might just be some shadows. Shows how maybe it is quite dark if we're struggling to see what might be going on down there.
Very true.
Potts will continue though. Round the wicket to the lefty.
Yeah, here he comes charging in. And it's just played into the offside to Shamar Holder by Tom Hartley. Played a reasonably patient 4 not out so far.
Yeah, it's been good so far from him. He's got 3 first-class 50s in his career, so he's definitely able to hold a bat, and I'm sure we'll be looking to try and partner Matty Hurst as long as he can. We've got to really try and add to the total. 144 for 6 right now are Lancashire. A bit behind the game, but a big partnership here would do wonders for them.
Hartley almost breaks through the infield, but they scramble through for a single off Matt Potts' bowling. So 2 from the over so far. And Hurst finds himself back on strike as the square leg umpire switches sides.
He's getting his daily step count up, that's for sure. Fairly regulation field at the moment, nothing too exotic from Durham. I think they're fairly happy to try and allow Matt Hurst a single.
Just prods that one up to mid-off. Alex Lees collects comfortably.
They do have two men out on the hook. Fine leg and a square leg. Shamar Holder, I think that is down there.
Yeah, Holder and Parkinson.
It just leaves the option open for Potts to drop one in short. Just keep Hurst and Hartley thinking.
Yeah, keep them on their toes, something in the back of their minds. You would think maybe more of a mental battle than a tactic. And that is a little bit shorter, and it's pulled away to Callum Parkinson just along the ground. That fine leg for another single. So 3 from this over so far, and there's just the 1 ball remaining.
Yeah, just rolled his wrist nicely and kept it down. It wasn't quite as short, perhaps, as Potts might have hoped. It wasn't really a struggle for Hurst, sort of height-wise, and he did well to keep it down and just get off strike down the other end. You wonder if and when Hurst might start farming strike, obviously not with Hartley, but lower down the order. How confident he is, I guess, with...
Yeah, pitched up this time to Hartley and straight to Shamar Holder as the over closes out.
Yeah, it sort of, I guess, just depends how confident he is with Aspinwall and Bailey's batting. I'm sure with Phillip at the end, he'll be farming strike if he's still going by then. Who's not got a terrible first-class record, 13.5 with the bat as an average. Scored almost 450 runs. So he's I'm sure be an alright partner, but by that time I'm sure Hurst will have wanted to try and explode and almost move back into his white ball kind of style of batting that he's almost been more well known for because of the 100 and the blast, where he has been so good for Lancashire and the Manchester Originals. As Parkinson continues here from the Finkel ends, and just prodded back to him for a dot ball by Matty Hurst. Just about beats the left hand of Callum Parkinson there for a single to get off strike. Bazalid, the casual pick up and throw in, and he will come in for the single now that Hartley's on strike. Oh no, they keep changing their mind with that. I think he's just going to be about 10-15 yards off the boundary in case Hartley does have a swipe of sorts.
Yeah, I think it's just more of a deep mid off, mid on, as opposed to a long off, long on. That's just played off the outside edge by Hartley for no run.
They also have a Shamar Holder out, sort of sweeping in a cow corner position for Hartley in case, I guess, slug sweep comes out. The ball turning into him. This is a very good option as he defends that one out to backward point. They also have that man in the short leg still. I think if one turns in his first over, Parkinson's got one to really turn.
Yeah, they're just looking for that one that goes with the spin, aren't they? He's short leg for Colin Ackerman is switching sides actually, going against my point as he goes in to silly point.
There's a big swipe there, and it's well down. It's stopped. It's going to run out opportunity, but a slightly wild throw. A few yards left to the left of the stumps, and unfortunately not able to gain that opportunity there.
Yeah, cut off excellently by Ben McKinney there, diving to his left, and he just has a shy at the stumps, and it's not a million miles away, but it's never the easiest opportunity when you're hurried like that. Tom Hartley takes a single to close out that over.
Yeah, it was always going to be a tough challenge. He didn't really have the time to set himself. He was almost sort of half on the floor as he was letting go of that one, was McKinney. So it would have been a brilliant attempt and run out if he had managed it. But they are getting perhaps a little bit frantic here, Hartley. I think wanting to push on the scoreboard.
Yeah, as he looks to drive that one, play and a miss. through the offside, and he seems frustrated with himself there, fiddling around with his bat.
Yeah, I think he's perhaps not too fond of his lack of ball striking at the moment. He's had a few fairly aggressive attempts here so far.
As Potts is in again for the second ball, and it's just defended back to mid-off by Tom Hartley, who's got quite a high strike rate. I believe he strikes in the 80s in first-class cricket, Tom Hartley, so perhaps why he's frustrated at a couple of plays and misses that we've just seen.
Yeah, I think he was almost sort of brought into the fold with his white ball sort of ability, particularly with the ball being a tall left arm spinner, but his batting as well was very helpful on England's tour to India. He strikes at 65 in Test match cricket and 55 in first class cricket.
55, so I've sold you down the road. But
65 in Test cricket. I think it might have dropped a little bit. I think he started off first few tests down in India of a very high rate. And he definitely does like to be proactive and get on the front foot where he can. I mean, he strikes at over 100 in all other formats.
Potts is in again to him, and he's left that one alone, just angling in, but never threatening the stumps there. Testing his patience, isn't it?
Very much is. I think they just, as we've been discussing, know that he wants to try and get some bat and ball where possible, and he has been patient and watchful for the large part, but he has had a few, not quite brain fades, but moments where he's tried to be proactive and it's not quite paid off yet. He's just 6 off 27 at the moment.
And he's back in front of off stump there and defending.
Yeah, it's quite a similar innings so far to Venkatesh Iyer and George Bell, who scored 7 off 24 and 7 off 28 respectively. Balderson similarly, 10 off 47, all striking in the 20s. Jennings struck at 37.5, 9 off 24 for him. It's been the two lads who have scored runs so far, Josh Bohannon's 49 and Matty Hurst, who's 56, not out at the moment, both striking about 50, so perhaps they're maybe demonstrating the way that they should be batting, needing to be a bit more positive. But then again, these other batters haven't been offered that same, swayed nicely there. These batters haven't been offered that same sort of looseness, I guess. When Hurst first came in, he was very, very slow and then latched onto a few loose balls, and Josh Bohannon in particular, when Shamar Holder first came on to bowl, just sort of anything short and wide, Bohannon managed to carve away through the offside. So I think that's perhaps where their thought process is going.
As we see James Minto come onto the field, that's Ben McKinney going off up into the changing rooms. I'm sure that's just a toilet break or something for the 19-year-old.
A few minutes off the field to rest and recuperate if need be. Similar kind of field here for Parkinson. Still got the man out straight, almost directly behind him. Sweeper out on the leg side. Oh, on the offside this will be for Matt Hurst.
Parkinson's in. And Colin Ackerman cuts that one off at short, mid-off. Interesting, he's taken the lid off for Matty Hurst.
I think he's just that bit deeper for the right hand. I think knowing that Hurst is less likely to sort of just leave one hanging in the air for him, whereas for Hartley maybe it's still an opportunity.
Yeah, interesting point as the lid is still, the helmet's still out there, so if they do rotate the strike or decide to move Ackerman closer, they have that option. And that one's kind of yorked Hurst a little bit there. He just digs it out and plays back to Parkinson. Who's into his 10th over now. And again just defended by Hurst back to him, who's showing a lot of patience at the moment. And he cuts that one off the back foot out to point for a single. They were thinking about a second, but opted against it. And there's just that one run off the over. 62 overs through the day now, and Lancashire are 149 for 6.
Yeah, another good over there from Parkinson. Could have had a maiden yet again. That would have been his 5th from his 10, but unfortunately that single off the last. And he has bowled so well. He's bowled 10 on the bounce since coming into the game. A lot of seam action early on, and he's been given his opportunity and he's taken it. He's bowled a very tight line of length, not offered any easy outs for the Lancashire batters. Economy of just 1.77 with his 16 runs from his 10 overs.
As we see Potts again from the Lumley end, and it's driven just straight to Alex Lees at mid-off. And Parkinson managed to find a little bit of turn as well early on in his spell. So it'd be interesting to see how that progresses over the next few days, particularly if the weather gets a bit brighter. There'll be less on offer for the seamers, and particularly with the Kookaburra ball, it might be more spin friendly, particularly for the likes of Tom Hartley, who's at the crease.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be learning from facing Parkinson what the wicket's like.
That one's driven past Alex Lees at mid-off by Matty Hurst, and it might make its way all the way to the rope. It does not. Alex Lees cuts that off for 3 for the Lancashire batter as he moves to 60, and Lancashire have reached 150. 6 wickets down.
Yeah, they've done well to make it to 150. Matt Hurst in particular, I think, is almost solely responsible, alongside Josh Mahannon, with the way he's batted. And Matt Potts will continue round the wicket to the lefty here, to Tom Hartley. Brought a man in from that offside boundary now.
Just defended past the bowler.
There's still play around most of the grounds around the country at the moment. Worcester 8 down. Somerset have collapsed a little bit. We'll give you a few updates at the end of this over as to how most of the games in Division 1 are still going. The big one though for both Lancashire and Durham fans, Essex versus Nottinghamshire. Essex currently 222 for 4.
As Hartley defends that one again to Matthew Potts. Into his 18th over of the day.
He does just keep going, doesn't he, Matt Potts? He's super fit. He's just so persistent almost with the way he bowls, and just keeps going and going and going, and will get his reward and has gotten rewards for the way he's bowled.
Yeah, as you say, he keeps going, and he's going in again. And that one's a bit looser. Not quite sure he meant that. Bit of a full toss to Tom Hartley, who drives straight to mid-off. Didn't capitalise on that one. He will probably feel.
Yeah, so as saying before, the Essex-Nottinghamshire game is quite a vital one for both teams playing today, Lancashire and Durham, both perhaps, well, Lancashire definitely, Durham perhaps in the relegation battle. Very dependent on this result, but also how Nottinghamshire fare against Essex.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a massive fixture, particularly And Hartley just plays that one into the ground as Potts flicks it with his foot. And that will be the end of the 63rd over.
So Essex are 222 for 4. 222 for 4. Tom Wesley, 89 not out, the skipper, alongside Paul Walters, 72 not out. Otherwise, a few single digit scores around them. And just the 2 wickets for Robert Lord, 1 for Luke Fletcher, 1 for Lyndon James.
Where they have incidentally gone off a bad light in that one.
in the time that I was talking about it, that is unfortunate for them, I guess. Hampshire are 194 for 6 against Kent at the moment. They've also had a few issues with light. 88 from James Vince, 31 from Liam Dawson. Everyone else hasn't particularly got going. As a dot ball from Parkinson starts there. 3 wickets for George Garrett, 2 for Matt Parkinson, twin brother of Callum, who is incidentally currently bowling.
And he's in to Hurst, who's just defended back to him, cut off by Colin Ackerman.
Somerset have, as I mentioned, had a mini collapse there. 315 for 9 right now in a top of the table clash against Surrey.
It's a bit of a fuller one, a bit loose from Callum Parkinson. Hurst misses out on a big drive outside his off stump.
Tom Banton made a blistering 132 from just 172 balls for Somerset. Another dot ball there. Alongside Archie Vaughan's 44. James Rue made 38, 49 for Tom Abel. But at the moment, Jack Leach and Brett Randall, a Kiwi overseas player who's just been signed for the game, are currently in trying to add to the total as much as they can. It's basically the only day that's seemingly been unaffected by rain and light and anything. 94 overs they've currently played down there in Taunton. Oh, that is a no ball there from Callum Parkinson.
Very rare. You see that. But that has ruined another potential maiden.
I was just about to say the same thing. Great minds here, Harry. Great minds. Worcestershire, as I mentioned, 266 for 8 against Warwickshire. A lot of starts around there. Brett D'Oliveira, 76. He's made as captain alongside Matthew Waits, 53. And then, a few other starts. 3 for Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who's currently the leading wicket taker in Division 1. 3 for 61 he's taken alongside Barnard and Michael Ray, both taken 2 and Will Rhodes, who I think is moving up to Durham next year, am I right in saying?
He is.
Took 1 for 31 right now. So that'll be an exciting move for him.
Yeah, good head by the sounds of things, good experienced. Top order batter, all rounder. It's a very good option to have in the side by the looks of things as Potts comes in again to start a new over, and that's cut off at gully. Sorry, backwards point. By Callum Parkinson.
And just again, slightly aggressive shot. Nothing bad from it from Hartley. Obviously wanting to get back on ball and try and. It's been a lot slow game so far. 154 for 6 from 64 and a bit overs. It's just miserly bowling, not allowing Lancashire anything easy.
Again, it's just tight line. Potts around the wicket there to Hartley, and he's just struggling to get him away. This time finding Alex Lees at mid-on.
And then into Division 2. Leicestershire were bowled out for 98 before lunch even at Leicestershire. They're playing in Leicester. Ben Cox made 51 not out. No one else passed 20. Unfortunately, it was all down to him. 5 for Ben Code, 3 for Matt Fisher. Some exciting times for Yorkshire, who are on a promotion push at the moment.
Hartley there just bumping that one over David Beddingham. But can't make it past Jamal Holder. Or was it Ben Rain?
And then Yorkshire's reply, they're currently 210 for 7. Jonathan Tattersall, the skipper, is 69 not out at the moment. John Thompson's 8 not out. Don Best made 33, as well as James Wharton's 41. So they're looking in commands. Tom Scriven's taking 3 for.
This partly leaves that one well alone. Outside off, Potts searching for a third of the day for him.
And down to Lords. Middlesex are going well, 346 for 7. They're also in the promotion push. They're currently in 3rd alongside Yorkshire, and Sussex ahead of them. Just 2 points behind Yorkshire and 22 behind Sussex, so just a win behind. So Sussex drop points. They're in with every opportunity to go up there.
Bit of a shorter one there from Potts, as Hartley's just on the back foot and trying to guide that one past Callum Parkinson, who is on the move. I think he's just trying to keep himself warm because he's not going anywhere else.
Just done a little bit of a loop there.
Yeah, he's enjoying himself out there, giving someone a wave.
Appreciation from the fans, knowing how cold he probably is stood out there. Got to try and stay warm, keep his hands and fingers in particular.
And Potts is in for the final ball of his 19th. And again left well alone by Tom Hartley.
And yeah, so Middlesex, Max Holden made 77, and Jack Davies, the keeper, 91, as well as Josh DeCares, Michael Atherton's son, 64, down the order. So they're going well at the home of cricket. 4 wickets for Ajit Singh Dale and 3 for Tom Price, which will be obviously exciting. Ajit Singh Dale, I think, played for the Lions earlier on this summer. And is a very good young prospect, just 24 years old. Played at Hampshire before his time at now Gloucester. Callum Parkinson will continue again. I wouldn't be surprised if he just bowls now till the end of the day. He has bowled brilliantly, just allowing the seamers at the other end to rest and rotate.
Yeah, just as we see there, just bowling, very tight line. Pretty much always on target, forcing the batter to play. He's in for his second ball. Again, just Hurst prodding back to him. So there's 6.4 overs remaining from this end, which if he did bowl would see him finish with 18 overs for the day.
Slight leading edge there from Hurst, just maybe trying to work it. Just like 2 leg side, maybe starting to grip, which would be exciting to see. I'm sure as the pitch goes on, it will turn.
Yeah, and he's come down for a big shot there, Matthew Hurst. And it's gone all the way for 6. Ben McKinney goes to fetch. As you say, just trying to work the ball leg side there, and he's come down and smashed it over wide long on there. Trying to alleviate some pressure that Durham have built.
Yeah, it's a great use of feet there from Matt Hurst. Just gets to the pitch of the ball, and obviously the previous one was a bit more leg side and made him get slight leading edge on it, but he's made no doubt there and just attacked it brilliantly to launch it over long on.
This time he's played off the back foot just to Alex Lees. Sorry, carry on.
It's one of the things that's impressed me most actually about Matt Hurst is the couple times he has gone on the attack. The next few balls he's not followed up necessarily and got himself out. He's settled in and realised that he's almost alleviated the pressure and let the pressure go, and he can settle back in and just almost staying in is then the most important thing after that change in tactic for a ball or two.
Yeah, I suppose as you say, it's easy to get carried away, but it shows real calm and level-headedness that he's managing to keep his head screwed on and think, right, I've got a big shot now, let's not risk it for another, let's just play it calm and keep things going, because it would be a big blow to Lancashire's hopes if he were to depart around now.
Is that Baz the leader, I think, will be coming on
I believe so, yeah.
Down
This-
at the Lumley end.
This could, I know we've been pondering about this for a while, this could be a short ball ploy, as we have seen him utilise in recent matches.
I think it makes sense. They've sent 2 men out to the square leg boundary, a fine leg and a deep square. No one in there at sort of a leg gully, but they do have a sort of shortish mid wicket.
So the leader round the wicket to the left-handed Hartley, and this one's pitched up and just played out to Ben McKinney on the boundary, who comes in for it.
The one issue with this ploy is you've got left-right combo, so I think a lot of fielders might have to be running from boundary to boundary. Callum Parkinson is definitely getting his steps in.
He's got the fine leg to fine leg shift for the moment. And James Minto still on the field, I believe, is at short mid wicket. Jamar Holder out on the square leg boundary as the leader comes in over the wicket to Hurst. Again pitched up, just played off the pads as Minto chases, and Hurst collects a single.
Yeah, it's good running again from the two of them, just managing to rotate the strike nicely and disrupt the ploys of Durham. And specifically Callum Parkinson, who we can see just in front of us running across. You might even be able to see him on the back of your screen, the top of your screen. Just running from side to side.
This one doesn't make past the infield this time, just catching David Bedingham at mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Tom Hartley.
Bit short of that one, but still not quite the bounce tactic, the short ball ploy that we thought there might be. There are still the men out there, so there's obviously a opportunity for it.
Yeah, I guess perhaps it's something they might want to throw in at the end of the over as opposed to too early on. Keep those short balls in hand, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely. I think if they telegraph it too much and only bowl the short balls, then it shouldn't be too hard perhaps for Hartley and Hurst to read it, and actually just the idea behind it might make them make a mistake on the front foot.
On to bit fuller, again played to David Bedingham, as we see Graham Onions walk across the commentary box. Happy birthday to him. It's his birthday today.
Going to have a word with Callum Parkinson by the look of it. Maybe a few tactics, a few ideas that the coaching staff maybe want to impart.
And there is that short ball pitches outside off, and Hartley wants nothing to do with that.
Drops his hands well there to not even give them any sort of an idea of a chance, and they make it through that over unscathed. Parkinson will continue from the Finkel ends.
I wonder if we see something different after his chat with Graham Onions at fine leg.
Yeah, I think there's opportunity for it. It'll be interesting to see what they might plan for them. Whether maybe get another man with a helmet on, but it looks like for now the helmet will just be left behind Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. So I think maybe Ackerman is back in his sort of slightly deeper silly mid-off position for Matt Hurst. And then they still have a man catching in at mid-wicket as well. And the man at square leg has come in slightly.
That's cut away deep onto the offside boundary to point. Shamar collects and throws in. Collect 2 there, Lancashire. As Matty Hurst moves on to 69 at a perfect strike rate of 50.
He's recovered well after taking a while to get off the mark.
Parkinson in again, and it's just defended off to Colin Ackerman. Parkinson in for his third delivery and just blocked to Colin Ackerman again. He's been so consistent at finding his area, Callum Parkinson. There we have it again, and they collect a single this time as this one escapes in the gap between Colin Ackerman and Callum Parkinson up to Baz de Leder at deep mid-off. Parkinson is now going to come over to Tom Hartley.
The helmet does go on for Ackerman. And they have a man catching in a mid-wicket as well, Alex Lees.
Hartley goes for the drive and fails to make it past Ben McKinney.
Yeah, I think it's a good ploy here from Parkinson. 2 men catching on the leg side. He's obviously going to want to try and have a straight line, can't offer any width whatsoever.
That one's a bit shorter, and they do get a single there, just hitting to the right of McKinney. And Hartley keeps a strike from the 68th over. 10 overs remaining in today's play, if we get that far. As it is still pretty dark, we have the floodlights on here at Sea Unique Riverside.
They've gone through the overs at a very good rate since Parkinson's come on. He's rattled through his sets very, very nicely. And I think he has bowled well enough. I think they'll probably keep him on, try and get ahead of the over rate, and then tomorrow they can almost see again with maybe a new Kookaburra ball coming into play after a few overs. It'll be 10 overs or so of the old ball. The lead will continue. Still got 2 men out on the leg side boundary for a short ball if need be. But it's a dot ball instead, just played into the offside. Realised we didn't finish going off through the final couple 2 matches. Northamptonshire were hosting Derbyshire. They made 219, and Derbyshire are 65 for 1 at stumps, 90 for Saif Zaib, and 45 for Justin Broad in Northamptonshire's innings. All the wickets were basically spread around. Every bowler took a wicket for Derbyshire. That's a dot ball there. And then Louis Rees and Brooke Guest are currently not out, 39 and 20 respectively. The 1 wicket to Justin Broad. And then the final game of Division 2 and the County Championship is Glamorgan versus Sussex. Glamorgan were bowled out for 186. 56 for Kieran Coulson. Colin Ingram 27. 41 from Dan Douthwaite down the order. And 4 for Jaidev Undercat. Another dot ball for Leeds. And
a bit shorter, and he's playing a bit of football there as well.
Couple wickets apiece for Henry Crockham and Tom Clark, and then 50 for Dan Hughes alongside Tom Haynes' 48 at the top of the order as 118 for 1. Sussex made it 2, and we'll continue with as they're still playing as well, trying to make up for some lost overs I think as well, as most grounds were affected by a bit of rain today.
To leader in. Ooh. Bit of interest there. As Hartley, I think that maybe was an under edge.
Yeah, big swipe again from Hartley. I think just perhaps knowing he's going to get a lot of it on his legs, on his chest, on his head even. Sort of a very tight line. Expected with the 2 men out on the leg side. Any sort of width he's throwing his hands at, as he did there. And he's fortunate that he didn't, edge it onto his own stumps in the end, and this scampered through for a quick single.
Toledo into Hurst now, and he's gone shorter, but it's outside off. And hit straight at Ben McKinney on the bounce. No run.
Just over 9 overs remaining today. 1 ball here in Bastilleda's over. But the floodlights are on, low cloud cover.
edges that one up and makes no further than Matthew Potts at cover. 167 for 6 from 69 overs. We have 9 overs left.
It's been a good recovery inning so far. Recovery partnership even from these two. 29 they've made at the moment. Just going along nicely. No real pressure from either of them. No huge intent to attack, but they have latched onto the odd bad ball. And Hurst in particular has used his feet well against the spinner Parkinson to try and put him off his length. It's not worked to huge effect, but he has hit a few very nice sixes straight down the ground as well. Hartley will face up against Parkinson here. Sent a man out to sweep on that offside boundary. And it's a dot ball to kick off the over. Just picks out the man at cover. You also have 2 sweepers out on the leg side, one very straight long on, and another sort of a cow corner wide sort of deep mid wicket. And a dot ball there again from Parkinson, just finding his line on off stump.
Again, just prodding away, spinning into the left-hander, looking to anyway. Not much Tom Hartley's willing to do with it at the moment. Just plays it back to him. Once again off the back foot this time. As Parkinson comes in again. Hartley coming forward, playing to Matthew Potts. And Parkinson for the final ball of this over. A bit shorter, and Hartley works that down. Too long on for a single to close the over. Perhaps a frustrating way to finish. Although Deleda will be able to bowl at Tom Hartley. As he will continue from the Finkel end for his 12th of the day.
That's 70 overs through now of the day. 168 for 6. Lancashire have made it to. Matt Hurst, definitely the pick of the batters, 70 from 143. Still going right now alongside Tom Hartley. Josh Bohannon made 49 earlier on in the day.
Deleda is in and Hartley's driving for none. At stumps in Taunton, Somerset did finish 317 all out. They had 1 ball remaining, so perhaps a bit frustrating they didn't see the day out there.
Yeah, that'll please Surrey. Not have to worry about bowling, fielding, any warm-ups of any sort. You know, players like Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell were able to just put their feet up throughout the day and not have to really exert themselves, or at least not until the evening. I'm sure that they'll hope not have to do it for maybe a day and a half, 2 days. But that'll please them. And a strong finish there from Surrey to claw back what looked like a tough start to the day, as Tom Banton scored 132 and 4 wickets in the end for Shakib. They think about a quick single there but don't quite make it. Yeah, Shakib Al Hassan on debut for Surrey. He's at one and only game for the side. He's taken 4 for 97 in that first innings, and Dan Worrell 3 for 41, plus singular wickets for Kemar Roach, Jordan Clark and Tom Curran, his first red ball game in 2 years, having said he was retiring a few years ago. He's been convinced to come back for a one-off, as Surrey a few players down with the England squad. Well, both England squads out at the moment.
Yeah, they lost another in Jamie Overton, didn't they? Last week. Yeah, remarkable how they have such a large squad and yet find themselves, you know, short of players to field.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. They almost have to put in, well, they do put in different 11s for the Red Bull, the T20 and the one-day competition with the number of players they miss at the 100s, test matches, etc.
And they are back on the field at Chelmsford as well, as Lancashire pick up a single off the bowling of Deleda. Matty Hurst back on strike. Yes, back on in Chelmsford. Essex 228 for 4 in the 64th over. Not entirely sure how much play they. I think they've 10 overs remaining. They have there.
This seems to be a little bit brighter again right now, which is good to see. Here at the Riverside at Chesterley Street. I think the clouds perhaps parting slightly. It's looking a little bit more sky over to our left here in the media centre, which I think bodes well perhaps for the rest of this evening session. Still about an hour they can play for, but only 7 overs they need to actually bowl. You'd almost be tempted to see if they could maybe bowl more than the required allocation, but I'm not sure they will. They're currently an over ahead of the run rate as well.
Possibly, but with it being, I mean, I'm not entirely sure, but with it being 10:30 start, the official close time switches to 6:30, and then
Because of the delay, they push back. Yeah, no, I know.
so I'm sure
Yeah, I'm not sure they'll be able to get another few overs in, unfortunately.
Parkinson continuing though for his 15th consecutive over. The first one's walked away for a single in the offside.
Yeah, it's been an unbelievable set here. Unbelievable spell from Parkinson. He's only got a few more overs to bowl if he bowls through to the end of the day's play.
He goes again, and again just pushed into the offside. To bowl 15 overs on the bounce and so consistent. It's just very good to watch, but he deserves something more, I feel.
Yeah, I agree. The way he's bowled, just given nothing away to the batters. 31 runs from his almost 15 overs now, rattling through them.
Again, Hurst just prodding that one. I wonder if he'll look for a single now.
It's been a slightly interesting innings from Lancashire. Early on, another dot ball to finish off. Early on in the season, and the way that Dale Benkenstein talked about the way he wanted his team to play was not quite, Bazball, that's obviously a bit excessive, but in a progressive and proactive way. And that is almost the opposite of what they're currently seemingly doing, Lancashire. They're settling in. They've only got 6 overs even to bowl now, or to face for the rest of the evening. Perhaps they're hoping tomorrow and later on in the match that they might be able to maybe some tired legs might linger with this Durham side, and they might be able to sort of abuse that and really push on the scoring later on in this innings and into the third innings of the match. It's interesting to see what maybe will happen the rest of the game.
As Hartley plays, and there's just a dot ball there. I wonder if that's a factor. If not to ultimately say they're playing the cards right now, but maybe, as you say, tire the Durham legs out, or take as much time out of the game as possible, whilst they don't necessarily think they could progress the game much until it potentially clears up tomorrow. with the clouds still lingering over Seat Unique Riverside. And there has been a wicket at Chelmsford as well. Paul Walter goes for 72, disrupting a 142 run partnership, so Nottinghamshire have found a breakthrough. Sorry, Lancs fans.
Yeah, it's good for them, less good for Lancs or Durham fans even at that. If Durham don't escape here with at least half the points, I think that would make the latter stages of this competition very interesting. If Nottinghamshire sort of manage to dismantle Essex now and Lancashire get a win here, it really drags Durham right back into the dogfight, and possibly even Warwickshire and Worcestershire, who are only a few points ahead of Durham as well.
Yeah.
If either one of them failed to win, that would be.
That one just looks to keep a bit low.
Yeah, big swish there from Hartley. Manages to evade everything, the ball there, but he's been prone to that a couple times now. Just anything full on the offside, he's looking to try and lay bat on, but he's failed for the majority of the attempts. I'd like to see maybe a couple extra short balls here from the leader. He's not really utilised them as much as maybe he could do. That's nice and full again there. Hartley does end up playing it well.
Yeah, hardly at all. The short ball tactic. Interesting to note is that I think they've got 2 men out for Hartley and just the 1 for Hurst, so perhaps it's something that they're just looking to throw at the left-hander, but even then, very seldom use of the shorter ball. As the leader comes in for the final time of his 13th over. Oh, he's pitched that one right up there, and Hartley inside edge is on to his foot. As the over comes to an end, and Deleda has his 3rd maiden of the innings.
Yeah, good from him yet again there. He's well tight. I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see a change of bowling either now or maybe in an over or two with the day coming to a close. You don't want to over bowl him. He needs to be fit and ready to go for the rest of the game. Well, perhaps just enough time for one final spell for Potts, Holder or Rain, if one of them were to fancy it.
Yeah, well, Deleda's got through 4 in this spell so far, so if he were to bowl out of the day, as Hurst defends off Parkinson, he would finish. He would have bowled 6 on the go, which I think is probably fine for him. But as you say, they might just look at one final bowling change. As Hurst plays that one to Lees, they may look at one final bowling change to catch Lancs off guard, or just to provide something different.
Yeah, there'd be two overs as an option. So it's whether, I guess, Holder, Potts or Rain would fancy it, or if the lead is happy to continue and bowl through to the end of the day's play. Which, I mean, I think he has earned that right if he wants to. And is happy to.
Just played up to Ben McKinney there for a quick single, Matty Hurst.
It's great running between the wickets there. Just tip and run, just dropped it at the feet of McKinney and set off immediately without any hesitation and comfortably through in the end. I think McKinney's just maybe a fraction deep to really be stopping the single there, and he's going even deeper again now that Hartley's on strike.
And Colin Ackerman now under the lid at short leg. Parkinson's round and pitched that one outside off, and the same again, this time from Tom Hartley, taking the single to Ben McKinney.
Just one ball to come in this over from Parkinson now. Helmet goes back behind the keeper as Ackerman drops back out, gives himself a few yards against Hurst.
And a dot ball to play out the final ball of Parkinson's 16th over.
4 overs remain now in the day's play. Lancashire 172 for 6. Hurst 71 off 154. Hartley partnering him brilliantly, anchored at the other end, 13. He is made off 69, I think that is.
I think it is. As Basileda continues, no bowling change as of yet from the Lumley end. Of course, this will be the penultimate opportunity for that.
I think it's likely he'll just bowl through now. I think him and Parkinson to finish off isn't a bad way. Just 4 overs left in the day's play.
Deleda comes in. Oh, and there's shouts from Scott Borthwick at first slip, but Tom Hartley did not get anything on that as he swished outside off stump. Deleda pitching it right up outside the left-hander's off stump.
Yes. Yeah, again threw his hands at that one, just outside his eye line. And as you said, a appeal from Borthwick, and only Borthwick really. I think more in hopes than anything else.
Similar type delivery there, angling across the left-hander bit more on a good length, that one, as opposed to the full length that we saw before. And Deleda coming in again. That one's pitched a bit straighter. Fended away by Tom Hartley, who examines the toe of his bat. Played 13 off 72 as the England international. And he'll be desperate to stick it out until the close.
Just 3.5 overs. Slowly ticking down the time now. Not long for them to survive. Slight change in the field now. McKinney out at deep square leg, goes slightly behind square. As the long shadows come across the pitch. The sun's starting to come out again here at Chesterley Street. And they go through a quick single. Makes
Pot shies.
it safely in the end, yeah.
Yeah.
Good running.
Just a bit of tip and run, yeah, as you said. And Colin Ackerman going through his paces. I noticed that after the first ball of the over. He's doing so again. I wonder if he might get a twirl at either end before the close of play. Of course, if he was to replace Callum Parkinson, he'd get 2.
Yeah, it might be interesting to see what their thoughts are here.
Perhaps just to look at Tom Hartley, who might fancy a sweep or something.
Yeah, turning away from the left-hander it would be as well. I guess maybe they'll have to see if there's any sort of match-up when an over comes to start. I mean, a dot ball here would be a prime opportunity to maybe try and have a full set at Tom Hartley at the non-striker's end if Ackerman takes over, but not sure. I think Parkinson's having a word with Borthwick, wondering what the plan is.
Deleda in for the final ball of his over, just defended back to him by Matty Hurst. And Colin Ackerman,
his cap is out of his back pocket.
he's still holding, someone's grabbing the helmet, and it looks as though he's coming on to bowl. The shin pads are coming off.
This will be interesting here, particularly what kind of field. I don't mind this from Borthwick. He's obviously trying to shake things up a bit. It's been maybe gone a little bit stale in some ways, the innings from Lancashire. They've just been so resolute for the last 20 overs almost now, since coming back from tea in particular. Just not allowing anything through, and these two have done well to add to the total.
Yeah, as much as we applaud Callum Parkinson for bowling 16 overs straight, there is nothing wrong with giving him a bit of a rest or trying something different just to try and catch Lancashire out at the close of play or just before it.
It's going to be interesting to see how Tom Hartley might try and deal with this off spin, turning away from him, bring the outside edge into play here. And it's an attack straight away, but falls just short of short extra cover there. That'll be Matt Potts in there, catching position. Alex Lee similarly on the other side at short mid wicket. A man deep out sweeping on the offside. Scamper through for single here as he finds the inside edge. And now Matt Hurst will take strike for the next and final 4 balls of the over. Similar field, they drop McKinney back now to a very deep mid on, a sort of almost long on. He's about 10 yards off the ropes. And similarly, Matt Potts is coming into a catching, an even closer catch mid wicket, sort of silly mid wicket, silly mid on, almost, with McKinney sort of not quite, but almost directly behind him. Bit short here from Ackerman now, though.
Just played very sensibly by Hurst there. No sign of attack.
Yeah, 3 balls to come here in this over from Ackerman, his first of the day. Better that one, gets that up under Matt Hurst's nose, who just defends it back to him, just on the front foot.
Again, just spinning into his, coming into his off stump. Hurst plays that out into the leg side.
A dot to finish off the over. A good start for Colin Ackerman, just 1 from it, which allowed Hartley to rotate the strike on the second ball.
And we see Callum Parkinson coming in from the Lumley end now, so a change of ends for him. I wonder if that over was purely for a change of ends, and we might see something different for the final over.
Yeah, it'd be interesting whether... I mean, Scott Borthwick could bowl himself, bit of leg spin, bit of mystery spin, perhaps. I reckon Ackerman might be given another. It was a good start to his spell. Be harsh to be removed.
Of course, yeah. I just wonder for tactical reasons.
Yes,
or,
yeah.
You know. But Callum Parkinson, who's bowled so well this afternoon, will get the go ahead from the Lumley end now. Coming round to the left-handed Tom Hartley. Plays it back to him.
I do like this move as well. They have a short, fine leg. Perhaps you could get in a couple yards closer for an edge. Sort of tickle down the leg side, maybe.
That one's well outside the off stump there, left alone by Hartley. It'd be an interesting move that. They did just push McKinney forward a few yards.
There is also no helmet on the field, I think. Dot ball there, which means no one could really jump under the lid in a short leg. Perhaps a more useful position now he's bowling around the wicket as an opportunity here, but still a nice and aggressive field, which is good to see. But still with a little bit of attempt to see if he wants to hit over the top.
Yeah, that's right, there's no man back. I think that's Ben Rain kind of hovering at deep mid-on. There's no man back if Hartley wants to take on a big drive down the ground.
Putting a second slip in now, it looks like.
Potts to join Borthwick. As Hartley steps towards the ball and leaves it alone.
Yeah, nice delivery again from Parkinson, just allowing the ball to drift across. Hartley here bringing in the off stump into question if it turns.
Very much the same again, that time a bit wider. As the penultimate over is closed out. Just 6 balls for Lancashire to survive at the close of day 1. 6 wickets down, and Colin Ackerman to continue for the final over of the day. 78th it will be.
A maiden to start there for, maiden to end, sorry, from Callum Parkinson. Sort of just mirrors how he's bowled all day, really, just giving absolutely nothing to Lancashire and the batters they have. It's much flatter, it feels like, from Ackerman in some ways.
And he's coming round now as well, which is an interesting change of angle for him.
2 men catching on the leg side in close. Silly mid on and a short mid wicket. 2 wide there really though, and they managed to get back for 2 there as Hurst pushes that one into the offsides. Final 4 deliveries remaining in the day now. Colin Ackerman, the off spinner, has been asked to bowl them. Matt Hurst will be looking to close out the day's play here. That's one there.
Ackerman here, 4th ball of the final over of the day, over the wicket and cut away by Matthew Hurst. Out to Jamar Holder in the deep and collect a single, and Hartley takes back the strike.
Final 2 deliveries here. How's Hartley going to be able to handle them?
Ben McKinney coming up from long off. Ackerman comes round. That was fired in a little bit shorter. Played back to him. So we have the final ball of the day. Ackerman round to Hartley. Just played back to the Dutch international. And Lancashire are 177 for 6 at the close of day 1.
Yeah, well fought back there from Lancashire, having been 138 for 6. These two put on a nice little partnership at the end of the day's play to keep them in the game and remain only 6 down. Durham got off to an absolutely brilliant start at the beginning of the day's play. First ball, Luke Wells went nicking off to Ben Rain. Only a few overs later, Keaton Jennings fell, bowled by Rain yet again. Then Venkatesh Iyer, the Indian overseas pro, was caught behind off the bowling of Matt Potts. Before Josh Bohannon, who made 49, was caught off yet again, caught behind by Ben Rain. You can see the trend that's building here. Then Matt Hurst was in, batted beautifully throughout the day, partnered by George Bell, who made 7, caught by Matt Potts, and George Balderson, who nicked off to Colin Ackerman at second slip off the bowling of Ben Rain, who made 10, which left Matt Hurst 74 not out at the end of the day's play, and Tom Hartley 15 not out as well. Both batted really, really nicely. Bowling wise, Ben Rain, pick of the bowlers, 4 for 23, bowled excellently throughout the day. 8 maidens, sums up how miserly he was throughout. Matt Potts similarly 2 for 36, 8 maidens, bowled 19 overs. Jamar Holder on debut, West Indian, 0 for 53. Was slightly expensive early on, but managed to settle into a rhythm later on in his second spell. Baz de Leader bowled very nicely from both ends as a 4th bowling option, 4th seam option. The all-rounder here is 14 overs, 3 maidens, 28 runs conceded, but no wicket. And Callum Parkinson bowled 17 overs, almost on the bounce, for 33 runs. And Colin Ackerman, as you saw, just bowled 2 of the final 3 overs of the day's play, going for only 4 runs. It is now stumps here at Chesley Street. We'll be back just before 10:30 tomorrow when play will be due to start again. And we'll see you then.